It's me and Pam. Okay, so I'm trying something new. It's called Deep Dive with Dani. I kind of thought about it because really what triggered me thinking about it is the actual topic that we are discussing today. Because there's always a lot of discourse on social media about certain things. I kind of stay out of those conversations because I'm very passionate and I can get really, like, ugh. And I've been out of Facebook for 2 years now this month. So I am, I'm reformed. I haven't been on Facebook's radar for it'll be 2 years on the 14th. So, I try to stay out of those conversations. But I kind of dabbled in this one very lightly because in that 2 years of being reformed, I also learned that it just doesn't even matter at this point. Some people just gonna talk just to talk. I also learned about outrage bait and clickbait. So at what point is this not worth my energy or my time, right? But I think these interviews, so what we're talking about today are the viral, I guess, clips of the interview with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I had never heard of her before the Cam Newton. And then I don't know if it was subsequent or prior to the Cam Newton interview, the Nick Cannon interview, where she basically.
It was before. I forgot all about that interview.
I think Nick Cannon was before Newton. But they went back to the Nick Cannon one because they wanted, I guess, to kind of show her history with talking about this particular topic. Again, I don't know who she is. I did some very light research on who she is and still don't really know a whole lot. But I think what impressed me, above and beyond everything else, because I have my opinion about certain agendas and the Me Too thing and, the one-sided narratives to these type of discussions. I just like the way she squashed the glamorization of these behaviors. Okay, so before we get into that, let's do the intro and then we'll talk. All right. So, like I said, I don't know much about Cheyenne Bryant. You guys can Google her because I'm not here to plug any one, media personnel, social media personality. But like I said, I wanted to talk about this because I did thoroughly enjoy her way of articulating the problem and why what I call a breeding kink. A lot of people call it that. There's no clinical diagnosis for it, but it's more a social media buzzword. Breeding kink meaning like a fetish with seeing yourself reproduced en masse. With feeling like your genetics are just so great that you have to just spread them across the globe. It's like a kink, it's like this fetish that you have with seeing little versions of yourself and how many different ways you can reproduce yourself with different races and ethnicities and, and how it's going to come out. It's just like this obsession with that. And
I have a definition I want to share on the screen, just from Men's Health.
Oh, good. We found. So I was trying to find something, and
so it's. Can you see that on the screen?
Yeah, I can't. There it is.
So it's what is it? It's a type of and we 3 minutes in. Thank you. Which eroticize unprotected sex and ejaculation into your partner's vagina or anus with their enthusiastic consent. Explains Gigi Engel, a certified sex and relations psychotherapist, therapist. So let me come back and I'll stop. But I'm just going to say that is what they consider the definition of that, according to psychotherapists.
Okay, and then it says for male/female couples, you are turned on by the idea of becoming pregnant or making your partner pregnant. That's the emphasis. That's what we're focusing on here. We're not focusing on any one, gender or lifestyle. It's really the fascination with what being aroused by the idea of becoming pregnant, or as a male getting someone pregnant. Okay.
Right.
I was telling Pam, I personally know a couple of people, but there's one person that stands out. That's a current acquaintance of mine that I currently know and that I've witnessed from baby 1 through 7, where she deliberately, this was her thing.
Right.
It wasn't a situation where, I got with somebody, it didn't work out, got with somebody else, didn't work out, got with somebody else, didn't work out, and just so happened that kids just happened to happen each time. That happens a lot. That's more common than not, right? Even with people that keep getting married multiple times, happens a lot. This wasn't the case. Even though she did get married a couple of times in that thing,
right.
The last half of her kids were deliberately created. Let me find the right way to say it. They were deliberately conceived with the intent of just having a kid of this mix, just having a kid of that mix, just having a kid. So the last 3, and then I think 2 were turkey basters, literal turkey basters, not like literally a turkey baster.
I would use the wording that I heard Nick Cannon use. He wants a rainbow tribe.
And that's she didn't say it. Now she did, just like Nick Cannon, and we'll get to him in a minute. She did, when she got to the point where she could have no more kids, she had to get everything, taken out because she had a lot of issues with the last child.
Right.
She did start to post remorse for what she had done, and Nick Cannon did as well on his Amazon Prime version of Council Culture, because he has a YouTube version, and then there's an Amazon Prime version where he's sitting at a table with a panel of different men. Howie Mandel is one of them that comes on every episode. There's a gay male therapist that comes on every episode. And then there's a couple of times Godfrey was on, maybe 2 or 3 episodes, but it's a panel of men. And that version of of Council Culture, he's very remorseful, and he cried every episode. What you saw him do with Cheyenne Bryant was completely different. That's why I was a little confused at the way he was interacting with her, because if this was after the Council Culture thing, then
that seemed because it looked like it seemed like it was much further back. And he just gave me, I think, how sometimes how does my mother put it? She's when they hit you, when they hit you raw, is what she would say. And basically meaning is you'll say something that then all of a sudden you get real defensive about it. Like, oh no. That just looked like she hit a nerve, I guess. Basically, she hit him raw. Because I mean, he didn't that's what it appeared to me, because when he started talking about little different things and stuff like that, it just sounded like she hit him raw, and he was making it seemed like a spontaneous utterance, but it just seemed like she hit a nerve with him. And I do want to check him out on that podcast, because I do want to see what the difference is.
The Amazon Prime one. Let me find a link for that. But 2, I think, regardless of when it was filmed, I think it's because it was a woman saying it. Because on Amazon Prime, it's a table full of men. And he sat there boo-hooing the entire time. Literally all but saying, I should have never had all these kids with these different women. He pretty much said that without saying it almost every episode. So I was like, when I saw the one with Cheyenne Bryant, I was like, I'm wondering if this was before this Amazon Prime one, because either she got through to him, or if it was after Amazon Prime, he's playing a role, because he didn't want a woman saying to him what he literally articulated himself on this show.
Because I think that interview was a while back, because if I'm remembering correctly, there was a in the news about, because they were asking him about how he was handling all of these kids and all this other stuff. And he just said, I admit, it's difficult to schedule all of these things. And that's when I started seeing all these memes about, there's this one meme about, there's like a bunch of TV screens, and then Nick Cannon is sitting and he's watching, and that's how he spends time with all of his kids. And that has been over a year ago. So, it must have been around that time. Because like I said, I don't know when the Amazon Prime's thing will happen, but I do remember that meme being big, and because there was something about if Mariah would take you back, would you go back? And he was like, yes.
Yeah, he said that too. That's why I just was like, the way he's coming at this lady, I'm like, either he has selective memory or this was way before the Amazon show. So I actually have to go back and check.
I think it was before the Amazon show. Okay, I really do think that was before the Amazon show.
Buddy, because you wilding out right now, because you literally wilding out because you said something totally different on Amazon. I put the link in the chat in the private chat.
I see it. Good.
Hey, Blue.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Good. We say
I'm tired, man.
I know you look tired. Your hair looks good.
I'm tired. We still shooting. I still got two more scenes I got to shoot, but I got a break. So I said, let me get on here with y'all, man.
Okay, cool. Okay, so since you got it, how much more time do you have?
Let's talk. Let's go. We'll be all right.
Because I don't want to hold you up. I know you have to.
Nah. Let's go. Let's go.
Good.
Okay,
yeah, we good.
You're here because we want a male's perspective, because we can sit here all day and speculate and be one-sided about it, and that's what I was.
I love to hear women talk. I love to hear women talk.
I mean, women that are anti-Me Too, and that's us, right?
I mean, I like all perspectives. You know what I'm saying? But
right. No,
some people are ignorant. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna go there, but yeah, let's talk. Let's go.
Okay,
y'all talking Nick Cannon right now, right?
Well, we didn't even really get into it. He just kind of came up, and I mentioned, but I put the council culture thing in the link. I was saying that I only wanted to talk about this, and I only came up with the concept for this little experiment that we're doing because I was intrigued by, and I still think she might be on a toxic feminist spectrum. I have a to be determined, but only because even though what she said to them is legit, and I have absolutely no objection to anything she said, how she said it, in the context that she said it, but it kind of concerned me that she did not give any of the onus to the women that are willfully participating in this charade, because only one of the two can go home pregnant 6 or 7 or 8 times. So my thing is, that's fine. They have this breeding kink. They want to spread their jizz all over the globe, but without a supply, there's no demand.
Right.
So what about the women that are helping them create these broken families willfully? Because they know, I mean, with the exception, I would give a pass to Cam Newton's first baby mama, and I will give a pass to Nick's first girlfriend after Mariah, because at the end of the day, you did not know it wasn't going to last, right?
Right.
Really give the pass to Cam Newton's first girlfriend, because she had 4 of his kids. So I'm sure she thought she was
going to go all the way.
He was going to be the wife. She was going to be the wife. So half of his flock are from one woman. Right?
Yeah.
That first girl that probably thought she was going to be wifey. So she was like, let me bust these bullets out as fast as I can, and I'm going to get a ring, which works completely backwards. But hey, so I will protect her.
She probably get a ring every month, though.
Right. She get a few people rings every month. But the ones after that, I'm like, come on, man. Like, and then when he articulated what he was doing, like, what?
It's twofold. It's twofold. It's both of them. It's him and her, or him and them, because the way society. It's about what society is pushing on us. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to a man's side of things, a man thinks that, hey, I could have a kid, especially if I got money. I can go and have as many kids as I want as long as I can monetarily take care of these kids. You know what I'm saying? Men aren't thinking about broken homes just because I go and I have a kid with, with this one, that one, and that one. They thinking, oh, well, I provide and I protect them good. But the kid, nobody, even with what we talk about right now, nobody's thinking of it from the kid's perspective. And it's a lot going on from the kid's perspective. All right, dad ain't home. That's one thing, right? But then I see dad has these kids over here. What about the kids that staying with dad, right? Is he treating them better than he treated me? You know, things of that. So it's a lot going on. Even and then going towards the mothers, you know what I'm saying? Like you said, hey, if you see the pattern occurring, especially that last one, like you see what's going on. This dude is, you know, he Johnny Appleseed out here, and you still, you know what I'm saying? You thought you was gonna be the one. You know what I mean? But and I guess it's always like that. Most people think, hey, I'm gonna be the one. I got him. I'm gonna marry, you know, we get married. Y'all might didn't marry him, but I'm gonna marry him.
I'm gonna marry him, right?
It's the it's that I don't know how to exactly describe that term, but I know, like, as in society, you know, women are always bred to believe, and let's be clear, that their love and their coochie is gonna change a man.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of women believe that, oh, if I love
you, coochie,
yeah,
love
if I
coochie.
love it, and I give him the coochie, I'm going to change him. He's not going to treat me like he treated you, because I love him. I know how to love him. Instead of looking back and sitting back like, okay, I'm number 5, and he's done 5 people like this. And even if you were going to play the odds, the third time is always the charm, but we've passed the third one. We the 4th, 5th, and 6th. And there's this delusion that we grow up with, that we believe that all we have to do is just love you, or treat you this way, or, you know, turn you out sexually, and he is going to love me and change for me, and not understand, baby, they run in circles around you. Because once it is learned, once your tales are told, once we know your tale, once a man knows your tales, he can run circles around you.
Yeah,
and
that's
that part
true.
that comes in with women, that they think that they're going to be the ones that are going to be able to change this man, and not understanding that men change when they want to change, just like you change when you want to change.
You wanted to change, right?
So, yeah.
And I'm gonna get you, Tracy, in a second. To that, what you were saying, Pam, because, and I don't care who gets mad, because I love me. Well, let me clarify. I don't even know Russell Wilson, but I love what Russell Wilson stands for as a black man. Okay, but let's not get it twisted. I'm gonna need people to stop acting like Sierra was this saint that fell into the lap of a simp. Okay, because that's not the case. She was exactly what Pam described. She was that chick that got with a baby machine, thought she was going to be the one, the different one. Right. And so he did to her what he did to the other
everybody else.
The other 3 that she was posed up in family portraits with on some sister wives nonsense. And you can Google it, because there's at least 3 different pictures of her posed up with his 3 other baby mamas while she was with him, because she felt like they should be in harmony and get along, because she was trying to be the poster child for being the besties with the baby mamas.
That's that Alicia Keys and Mashonda mess. But go on.
Times 4.
Yeah,
I think is that like young? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no,
that lady is almost
is that
40.
Young?
She's almost 40. And
but Mashonda wasn't trying to kick it with Alicia Keys like that.
No,
because I remember when she was on that reality show, she was not trying to kick it like that.
But you know, they wrote a book together and did all this other stuff, and now they call themselves trying to be sister wives, and now they are.
But that was after Swiss and I can after.
But that probably was to save the bag.
Yeah, that's after. You know, I could see something after. Hey, let's work together. You know what I'm saying? But like trying to be cozier or buddy, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, especially if he did you, because that was a nasty situation. That Swiss Beats, Mashonda, Alicia Keys. That was nasty.
That was nasty work. But again, Operation Save the Bag, save your reputation. You're gonna do what you gotta do to make sure your pockets ain't getting hit. So we're gonna write books, Mashonda. You take all the money. We're gonna skip all, we're gonna go on vacation together so I can keep track of what he's spending. I ain't mad at that. If you can do it civilly, then fine. But that whole Sierra thing and the Sierra's prayer nonsense, y'all can miss me with that. because
And
she
see,
was
she thought she
Sierra's
was in
press.
good. Yeah, she thought she was in good because his mama liked her.
right.
Yeah.
And when do we marry or get with people because of their mamas? Like,
Yeah, I'm the
this
mama.
is 42.
I love
I
my
ain't
mama, but my mama don't matter. I'm not in me finding a woman that, you know,
no,
I want my
no.
mom, not saying I don't want my mama to like her, but if my mom was like, well, I like her, like, well, I don't. You
I
must don't know
don't.
she when we
You
back at the
too.
spot, yeah, like,
Yeah.
nah,
Y'all can be roommates then, because I don't
right,
want to.
y'all go kick it. I'm good. Y'all could be
Yeah.
friends, but yeah, no,
Tracy.
I think, well, looking at that Sierra situation, because everybody do kind of, you know, they the poster children of good relationships. I just think, you know what I'm saying, Sarah, she found her one, he found him one, and it just worked. It's not, I don't necessarily think it was a prayer or something like that. And I don't think Russell Wilson
No,
is
it's a
a
song. I
simp. I
think she
think he
wrote a
liked her.
song called that. I think she wrote a
Oh,
song
did she?
called that, dedicated to the situation. But you know, the hood rats are running with it. Like, okay, I can go out here and let dudes drop baby batter and me 5, 6, 7 different times and still
Right.
find me a dude that's going to take care of my kid and deal with my ex clowning them every other week. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
nah.
That's
And
the
she,
problem I had with that, is that it
yeah,
became
but
marketed as a hope for the hood
yeah,
rat that don't have
Mm.
any standards until it backfires.
right. But she can't. But the one thing I will give her is that she recovered quickly when she realized that that she was boo boo and the fool. That she recovered quick. She recovered quickly and did what she needed to do. And I do think a lot of times that people a lot of times have problems because you all are not on these internet streets when you have all these people with these podcasts and these microphones out here talking and stuff like that. She is the person that they'll say you just need to choose better. As a woman, you need to choose better, but then turn around and say, well, men choose the women that they're going to marry. So you got to make it figure out which one it is.
Which
And
one?
which one is it? Because my thing is, y'all are so busy trying to have these standards about what you're supposed to be doing. Number one, if you're writing all these lists down, and I mean, you can have a good list, you have to meet all those qualities or as many of those qualities on your list for yourself before you can ask somebody else, because no one is responsible for your happiness and your joy. No one is responsible for that but you.
That's true. That's true.
And you can't get out here thinking that. And I think a lot of times I think we have shown that people think relationships are, to me, they build them up like they're scams. Like, I'm gonna go out here and I'm gonna do this and everything like this, and I'm gonna get this result. And it's not, because relationships require for you to work.
It is scamish now, though, Pam. I mean, you got to think nobody's who is friends anymore.
Right.
From day one, you got, and not to throw it on women, but you got women out here dating just so they can eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, you dating for a free meal. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So if a man is seeing that pattern, why am I going on a date with a woman when as soon as I take her on a date, she eat and then she go by the way? She don't like me. She ain't even trying to get to know me. She just wanted me to buy this meal, take on this lavish trip. I seen one girl was like, no, you got to take me on a trip first. But take you on a trip? To what? What?
And
You know
this
what I'm
is
saying?
where
Like,
I
it's
tell
things
you,
like that. I'm sorry, Pam.
and this is where I say, for young men, you all have to understand how to disengage quickly from those women. You have to, and there's a song that says that you got to learn them and you got to earn them. You got to learn these women. You don't have to, and ladies, you have to learn men. And I hear a lot of people say, well, you can't vet. Baby, my generation, I come from do you know so and so and so? Yeah. Well, who is his folks? Who does he hang around? Who does he do something thing? I think the issue and the problem that we have for young people is that everything is digital. So you don't get to go talk to a friend over here that would know somebody. You're trying to let that person try to explain to you who they are instead of you being able to ask questions. That's why I say all the time, take your shoes off, go outside, stand your feet in some grass, and get out here and get to know, and get out here and get out here and get to know people. Everybody is trying to know people on a screen instead of getting out here and seeing people, because then you can ask these questions. But nowadays people don't have that kind of social
wherewithal. They don't know how to see the red flags, yellow flags, green flags. They don't know. You know what I'm saying? They don't know how to follow their nose like Toucan Sam say. Like they don't know none of that.
But the
Because they don't know how to talk to people.
But listen, okay, fine. You don't know how to talk to people. That's fine. But we're all of a certain age, right? We're all within 5 or 6 years of each other, right?
Right.
How is it that we had none of the technology that these people have now in our 20s? Because I want to say, yeah, I didn't really have like real deal, and it was still dial-up. I didn't have real deal access to the internet on a regular basis until I was in my mid-20s, and it was still dial-up, and it would disconnect the minute somebody called my house phone. That was probably my first exposure to things like Match.com, Lava Life, you know, that kind of stuff.
Right.
I did go on a few Match.com dates. I'm not even going to front. But my point is, we had no ability to find out what was going on with people that we met at the club, at the grocery store, at school, on the train, on the bus. This is a Google away. And you can see all the red flags by their status updates, pictures they post, stories they post.
You got to think a lot of that is fake, though, Danny. A lot of people's online personas is fake. We knew since we came up being present with people. I'm present. I know how you act, or I know how people act. You see what I'm saying? They don't know how people act, so all they see is the stuff that's online. Right. And you think you see that and you think, oh, okay, this is him, but that's not him, or that's not her. She ain't really like that. She really is this sweet, innocent girl, and you finna treat her like she's sexy red or something.
Right.
And she might go for it.
Out there, though. Why would you put that out there if you don't want to be treated?
Because she don't even, because the thing is, like I said, being present, don't know how to interact with people. Growing up, interacting, no big black phone in your hand, just interacting with people. You know what I'm saying? Going, having arguments, getting in fights, getting in scuffs, knowing how to, hey, this is because once all of that happens, you know how to treat people, and people know how to treat you. You know what I'm saying? All of people just need to get hit in the nose. Because that's the thing. These kids ain't never been hit in the nose. They ain't never, you know what I'm saying? They never been hit in the nose by the same person who they end up being friends with for 20 years later down the line.
Right. They don't know nothing about that.
All you got to do is disagree about Beyonce and you lost a friend for life.
Right.
Yeah.
Us growing up, like you said, you could literally get in a fist fight and be their best friend for the rest of your life.
Yep.
Because you know it was about the principle rather than the person. So once that was squared away, then hey, we good. We good. Right. It was more about the principle than what it was. And the thing too, they don't know how to fight fair.
No.
You know, because it's like, you know, you see your friend fighting and 16 people jump in because people don't know how to cycle through their emotions.
Right.
You know, you get mad, you mad for life. And now you upset because don't nobody want to be my friend. You got to learn how to be a friend for people to be your friend. That means that you have to be authentically who you are. And then those people will gravitate to you. If you're a friend, you can't be talking about them on social media because they did this stuff like that. You got to keep stuff close to the vest. You got to learn how to keep things to yourself. When you see your friend cutting up bad, you got to be able to go up there and say, look, come over here.
Right.
Look, you out here with this skirt too short. And you know your butt too big for that skirt to be short. And I see the pones of your behind. You need to go in there and change your clothes. Well, I don't want to change clothes. I'm just telling you.
That's not today's society.
You judging me. You judging me.
Well, I'm just telling you. And you know how Jethro and them are. You know, he don't have no
we need to bring shame back.
Yeah.
Shame is non-existent no more. That's the whole thing. Shame. They look at shame like it's bad. Shame ain't bad. Shame is to get you to respect yourself for one thing. You know what I'm saying? Like you are, like you said.
All it is correction. There's nothing wrong with being corrected, but people think that you're trying to hate on them or you're just jealous of them. I'm not jealous of you. I'm just, you're not even paying attention. You're not even paying attention to the room. There is times and place for everything. times and places for everything. And you're not paying attention to the room. Because see, I'm trying to tell you that Jethro and them over there, you know how Jethro and them is. And you can't be walking through there. I know you want Eric's attention, but you're getting Jethro's attention. And Eric might walk out of the door, but Jethro is sitting over here, and then you're in a world of trouble.
Right. But you can't say that either, because, well, why should I be responsible for
how this person act? Yep. Yeah.
And I mean, so do you want the attention or not? Who are you wearing this for? Because I hope it's not me and Pam, because we don't go that way. So if you're not wearing it for me and Pam, you're wearing it for Blue. Then you get mad because Blue hits on you or looks at you. Then you want to holler about sexual assault or sexual harassment.
Yep. Then I'm the wrong attention.
Right. Yeah. You're the wrong attention. You Jethro.
You're the wrong attention.
I'm the wrong attention. But that's, like I said, that's not understanding the, you know what I'm saying, how the world works. And I really hate seeing things like that happen when, oh, I should be able to wear. Yes, you're right, baby. You should be able to wear what you want. But guess what? You live on Earth in the United States of America.
And you're
you know what I'm saying? With
people. You're attracting everybody that sees
you. Like you can't, I always use this analogy. I can't walk around with all these gold chains and diamonds on in the wrong neighborhood. And then when somebody come and rob me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
What I want.
Yeah, I should be able to walk down this street. Even though I know that this is a bad neighborhood, this is the stick-up kid street.
Right.
You know, but I'm walking down the street anyway. Then I get stuck up and now I'm like, oh man, that's some bullshit.
Right. Yeah. That's right. And that's like walking into the lion's den with a meat skirt on. Like,
and then get upset because they're gonna come and get you.
And then the lions ate you and you mad at the lions. Like,
you mad at the lions.
That's weird to me. But that's
you know that, and going into that's like now how you have people all upset because there are restaurants now enforcing dress codes, and you're upset. Like you can't walk in a restaurant with your pants hanging down and I see your underwear. I don't want to see your underwear because that's only your underwear, then your pants are the guard from the smell. I don't need to see your underwear.
Here in Florida, ass crack be sweating. I've seen that a couple times.
Yeah.
Like, you could at least wear black drawers if you was gonna do that.
And then you get mad at me because you approached me trying to talk to me, and then I don't want to talk to you. Well, why you don't want to talk to me? If you're too free to show your tail in public, what else you gonna show? Your ass.
Right. You don't look put together. I don't know. I remember, you know, young people used to want to look put together. You know what I'm saying? Like,
nice.
You used to dress up to go out to eat. You used to dress up to go to the. I mean, you know, not like you were like ties and stuff like that. But when you went to the movies, you looked nice, decent. You didn't look like you rolled out of the bed. You put on your clothes. If you were going to an outing, you figured out whether or not it was a casual, semi-casual, semi-formal, whatever.
They don't care nothing. I know the girls show up with the fishnet wearing, you know, like with basically nothing on. Just, you know what I'm saying? Lingerie. I saw one. It was one question. I don't even know if it was a real lady or not, but they was talking about like what did she say? But basically all the dudes came back and was like, well, we see that every day. Like, we see your ass every day. You know what I'm saying? Oh, she asked his lingerie in. And all the men was like, not really, because we see y'all wear that shit like it's regular clothes. Y'all just walk out the door now in Victoria's Secret. Freddie, what it is, Frederick's.
Frederick's Hollywood. That was my joint in the 90s, boy. Hollywood. That was the mistake one.
Or even with men, and I'll tell you with men, even going to places where, you know, it is supposed to be kind of formal, but you come in t-shirt and jeans and then you complain, well, my whole outfit costs more than what you got on, but it's not the appropriate for the setting.
Right. Yeah.
Money. Or they'll come to homecoming like that. They come to homecoming in a suit jacket, jeans, and sneakers. Like, what? That's not you. Anyway, we're supposed to be talking about the super breeders, right? I forgot about that.
The super breeders.
Super breeders, the baby batter spillers. Because I think Blue gonna end up leaving us soon, and we do need his perspective on this. So, are we doing clips of talking points, or are we?
Well, I've got it queued up to the part that everyone was talking about. Let me see.
Okay, let's start there. So we're starting with Cam Newton, right? Cam
Yeah, because that's all
Newton
I got.
getting his soul crushed. This I actually created a meme and I posted it in my community section on my YouTube channel. If I send you this, that means I don't understand a shit you just said. Because the way his face looked, I legit think that he was shooting his shot at this lady. Because I don't know if before or after this part was when he said that part about where you're in your 40s and you're not in a relationship, you know, trying to take shots at her and basically saying, well, if you're in your 40s and you ain't got nobody, who are you to tell me something?
Right.
And that has been vocal online, and I'm like, you all are sounding real crazy. So that means that if I go to an OBGYN and because he's a man, he doesn't know how to he doesn't know how to do something because he's a man.
Right,
He's over. I said, she's talking as a professional. So
But
that's her job.
She's been with people. She's been proposed to a couple times. She's turned down some proposals. So I mean,
but it doesn't even matter because first of all, now in this day and age, and it's the truth, 40 is not even old anymore. That's one. I told my own daughters, if you can help it, don't even start before 30 because you have your whole life to live. Enjoy your life, travel, save your money. You have plenty of time. It's not even about her age. It's about the fact that he feels like because she looks the way she looks, she should just automatically be with whoever wants her and be pumping out babies like the women that he deals with. Because she's definitely his type. And I'm sure he was probably trying to shoot his shot. And then when she said what she said, which is probably at this part, when you look at his face, he looked like all he could do. It was all he could do not to flip on her. Watch his hands and watch his face. All right, go ahead, Pam. Let's see. If you can zoom in so we can see the hands and the face. I was dying.
100%. 100%.
But
100%.
So now
100%.
100%
Yeah,
is too.
100%.
A woman who has high value will not entertain or be patient with a guy that does not have.
Yeah, especially if she has certain
100%.
100%. She will. Especially if she has certain.
I think I got it right.
Especially if she has certain criterions that she knows most men of her age won't meet. Yes, she has to.
So therefore, I'm telling you, a man of high value is a.
I think I got it. Let me go back.
It's kind of glitching. I don't know why, but it's the part where they're talking about high functioning. When she said that he was low functioning, I think it was that part.
Okay.
And then she got on him about the breaking the homes up. Yeah, that part.
Be in this relationship, meaning I don't need a trauma bond with you. Okay. She wants you because.
Let me go back, cause
drinking and driving is a decision.
Hey, how long y'all gonna be on? I'm gonna run in here, try to get this nicotine out and come back out.
Or must ask in this situation.
Okay.
First,
I'll
in
be
regards to the women, I don't really want to attack or you know really speak on your clientele, but obviously with my research, you spoke about low functioning individuals, male and female.
Go figure.
What's the percentage of males or females that you counsel that are low functioning?
And I'm gonna stop it because we don't want to.
Right.
So I do want to just talk about the fact that there is a difference between high value, low value. That is talking about monetarily and materialistic things. She's going to start talking about high functioning and low functioning.
Low functioning, right.
And the biggest thing that I can get people to understand, if you all were familiar with let me pull it up, child. I got so much to pull up. Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Right.
And so low functioning is about making sure your physiological needs are being met, your breathing, your food, your water, your shelter, your clothing, your sleep, your safety, your health, your employment, your property, your family, and social ability. Those are the things that you're working on to do. As you go over your higher functioning, and that just means You're talking about love and belonging. You're talking about your self-esteem. You're talking about your self-actualization. When you function higher, you function higher on that list. But when you are just basic, and especially if you've had a trauma in your life, you don't move. If you do not get any help or an assistance to help you through that trauma, that's where you're stuck at. So if you have been traumatized for something when you were 13 years old, you are there. When you have been traumatized at something when you were 13 years old and no one has helped you out with that, and for a lot of women that's SA. And if you have not moved through to understand that the way that happened, because now people are starting to understand grooming. What is grooming? Because people will say, oh well, because we as women, we have a fault of telling young girls, oh well, just because their body looks mature, you're just out here being fast, you're getting all these people's attention and all of this other stuff. And then when something happens, they blame you because your body type is we told you about your body type and you did this, but not understanding she's 13 years old, and here comes this 21, 22, 23-year-old man coming down here talking to her, and he knows that he can tell her things, to do things, and coerce her into
doing things. Because and then too, you have to think too that these girls, they might want the attention, they don't understand what they're doing, but a lot of times they do want the attention because they're not getting it at home. So it's a two-way street, and again, it's still grooming, it's still wrong. But the reason why these girls fall prey to that is because their needs are not met at these basic levels. That attention that they need, that in the orange section and the yellow section, they're not getting that that social, that family, that connection at home, and so the first guy that gives it to them, they fall for it, right?
They fall for it, and that's why their self-esteem is so low. They don't have any good self-esteem because they're wanting you to tell them. Have you ever had people tell you, "Well, I just need for you to tell me what I need to do"? No, you've got to think this through. I can assist you with thinking it through, but I'm not going to tell you what to do because you're not going to learn anything. You're just going to do what I say.
And what I say could be wrong, because again, we don't know what we don't know, and a lot of the mistakes we make as adults are because of not being taught properly. You have women in their 50s making worse mistakes than teenage girls do. Because again, you are only as high functioning as the person that raised you. And if you don't improve yourself and constantly seek to evolve, and you normalize a lot of the toxic and generational negative things that we carry from one, generation to the next, it's never going to get better. So this is where that high functioning, low functioning talk comes in at. Like Pam says, it starts at that lower level, the red area, where you're getting your physiological needs met, your basic food, shelter, clothing, sleep, the baseline, the basic of what you need to survive. Then we move up the ranks to, you're having income, having family, having, healthcare. The yellow area is where a lot of us get lost. The yellow and the green. Because where we lack that family, that sense of connection, quality friendships, it affects our self-esteem, our respect for others, our ability to be individual and unique and not followers, not people that go with the flow or go with the crowd. You know what I mean? Right. So I think this is where Dr. Bryant is touching on when she tells Cam Newton that he's low functioning.
Right. And I will tell you this too, because one of the things is that if a child's safety and security have not been met, they have a hard time with love and belonging. And you'll see a lot of toxic behaviors coming from what we classify as toxic behaviors coming from people whose safety and security, and that's within their family, with all of those things. If those things are not met, you see a lot, and you can, and I guess being a professional, you can tell those people because of how they operate and how they operate when they're especially in a group. Watch people how they operate within a group. But let's continue.
Okay.
collectively, or you want me to go male and female?
Break it down from male and female.
Okay. I would say, interesting enough, I would say that there are 70% low functioning women, 40% low functioning men.
What? What?
I like that she said that. Pause
Okay.
that for a second. She said 70. Make sure you hear this, because again, I'm going to admit that I'm wrong now, because I did say that she was giving me toxic feminism vibes because she still didn't necessarily hold the women accountable for breeding with him and Nick and whatever. But she did statistically say, and I agree with this, 70% of us women are low functioning compared to 40% of men. Now, I would like to see how she qualifies that. But as a woman that probably have about 50% of those 70% low functioning women in my circle of influence, I can agree with her there.
and for me, that comes from the socialization, because technically, when you look at how women are supposed to be socialized, we're not supposed to be socialized to be out in the public and doing work and stuff like that. We are socialized to be at home. So therefore, if you're talking about traditional wives go from their mom and daddy's home to their husbands. And there is no, they don't have that, what do you call it? Gap year.
Right. Or many gap years.
They don't do like the Amish.
Right.
They don't do like the Amish and have the Rumspringer or whatever it is. It's just like you're supposed to go here and to go here. So if you have not, if all you know is cooking and cleaning and taking care of children, that's all you're going to know. And if your husband dies for whatever reason, that's why you have a lot of women that have a lot of that children that were raised by women that are hard and tough, because they're having to now learn stuff that they never had to learn. They have to fail and all of that stuff. They don't have the safety net of doing that in your gap years with your parents being over here. And so you do have very low functioning folks, maturity and all of that, because it don't, as long as you're a menstruating person, you're right to have a baby, but that doesn't mean you should.
You should. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Now, with those low functioning men, did they ever say that a man of high function will never really know true love?
What?
No, I don't even believe that, but no.
Okay. So what identifies a woman to be high functioning?
A high functioning woman is a woman who wants you. She doesn't need you. And let me clear that up. When I say she doesn't need you, it doesn't mean she's independent. That means she is interdependent. I only not need you because my pain doesn't need your pain. My dysfunction doesn't need your dysfunction to feed it for us to be in this relationship, meaning I don't need a trauma bond with you. Okay? Right. Exactly. She wants you because she wants the healed part of you, but has the capacity, because we're all human, we ain't perfect, to facilitate and deal with the unhealed part of you that's going to show up in the relationship at some point. And hers is going to show up too. Mine is going to show up too. And so that's why I always say, I want a hybrid. I want a hybrid for y'all out there who want to know, meaning a man who's high functioning enough to meet my healthy high functioning, but low functioning enough to deal with me when my abandonment inflames, to deal with me when some of my dysfunctions that I'm still working on inflame. Because if he's too high functioning, guess what? He doesn't have the bandwidth to deal with the low functioning part, which then means he can only connect with folks who are not being fully authentic within themselves. Meaning you may have a loving relationship, but you won't have a real intimate, deep, vulnerable relationship. I'm a woman who seeks connection and vulnerability. I'm not into casualties or casual sex, just TMI or not, meaning I like the depth of things. And so
I'm gonna pause it right there. What do you think about what she said right there?
it makes a lot of sense. It's a lot of word salad, but it makes a lot of sense because and I'm glad she qualified that, because a lot of times when you hear, oh, I don't need a man, some are, again, on that toxic feminist nonsense, but it's not. If I wasn't married and if I was single, because when I was single, I was like that. And that's why within my marriage, I'm still like that. I don't hover over my husband. I don't look for where he is at any given moment. Never did. And it's not even because it's 21 years. It's because I just never did. I don't call him, where you at? What you doing? When you coming home? Unless I need him to do something or need him to be somewhere. I'm not, you got to be next to me every time I go somewhere. Everywhere we go, you need to be there. You see, I'm always on a flight going somewhere. I'm going next week. I'm going somewhere. I don't need him to constantly be with me. He doesn't need me to constantly be with him. So that's what she's saying when she says, I don't need you. I want you. I'm not with you because I'm codependent upon you constantly reassuring me, constantly making me feel confident, constantly making me feel like you're not going to cheat on me. I'm not going to cheat on you. I'm not going to leave you. You're not going to leave me, because I'm high functioning enough to not only know my value and know that you value me, but to know that even if you do decide to go do something you're not supposed to do, I am secure enough within myself and I'm healed enough within myself that I'll be okay. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Obviously, you'll be upset and yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, you're going to go through those.
Right. It won't completely destroy who I am and the sense of who I am. So I want you because I want you, not because of what you can do for me, what you're healing for me, what holes you're filling for me, what, you know what I mean? But right. Because I actually want you, who you are, not what you can do for me or what void you're filling for me. Right. So yeah, I do agree with that. What do you think, Pam?
I'm glad that she qualified the fact about being interdependent, because I think a lot of times when we say, when women will say, "Oh, I'm independent, I can do this," you're really meaning that you're interdependent because you're depending on somebody. We all are depending on somebody at some point in our time, but it's not a matter of someone always, because I always look at being needy is if I call you and I keep calling you because I need for you to come here. I need for you to be here with me. I need you to do this. I need you to do that. That's not that is not an indication of love.
No,
that's an indication of you being needy.
Because again,
yes, because again, there's some kind of trauma going on that you're not wanting to address. So if there's some abandonment issues,
yeah, fear of abandonment,
you leaving, saying that you're going to leave to go to the store, and my daddy said that he was going to leave to go to the store and he never came back,
right?
And so I have got to figure out where you are because I want you to come back. I got to remind you to come back or beg you to come back or something like that.
Well, I'm glad you've been there for 2 hours already. What are you doing?
And and everything bothers you. If he's in there, even if he's at home, but he's playing video games, you got an issue with the video games. If he's in there watching football, you got an issue with football because you need for his attention to always be on you. Some people think that is love and they're caring a whole lot about me. No, baby, there's some kind of trauma going on.
You can't have friends, you can't text people, you can't call people, you can't.
Right. And ladies, if you don't understand what that is, flip it around for a man to do it. You understand it then.
How do you feel?
How would you understand that? Yeah. You start talking about he's weird. He's this. What is he doing? Why does he need to know? Why is he wanting to control what I wear? Why does he want to do? Flip it around. It's it's that same thing is going on.
But when women do it, she's just making sure he's okay. She's taking care of him. She's protecting his peace. She's making sure he's not exposed. No, you're being controlling and manipulative and weird. That's what you're doing. Weird. And all you're doing is setting yourself up. And when he does get an inkling of freedom, he's going to take advantage of it because he's been deprived of that freedom for so long that the minute he gets it, he's going to jump on it.
Right.
Hey, who are we, right?
And again, we get socialized to believe, and I tell people all the time, we've been socialized to believe the big black scary man or the big black, but there are just women, and I don't want to make it just racial, like it's just big black scary men, but people don't understand the manipulation and the diabolical thing that women do. And if you don't understand what it is, watch these episodes of Snap.
Oh, okay.
Watch these episodes of Snapped. Watch these episodes of the first 48, and you'll see all these men. But listen to where all these women take place and all the manipulations and stuff that's going on in between all this stuff that goes on in the first 48. If you don't believe me, don't act like these women are not out here doing all of this stuff, but because you're considered to be a woman, you don't have the capacity to do all of that. But baby, you have to see it, and you have to see it to believe it, to understand that women can be just as
Listen,
I'm gonna tell you what the lady said. She worked at a detention facility with boys and girls, and she said that she was working there because she had worked in like prison systems, and she came and she was doing a seminar for us. And she says, I work in the detention system and I teach the people in the detention center. And she says, like, we all think that when we see something extroverted, like when boys are fighting, we know that there's some kind of emotional problems and stuff like that. He said, but with women, it's different. With women, you have to correct certain different things that is considered to be defiance. And she says, watch a girl when you tell her to do something and she rolls her eyes. She's not being physical and she's not fighting, but she's defying you by rolling your eyes. Watch her posture. If she puts her hand on her hip, if she does like this, and then the one thing that got me is what she said is, when she's being manipulated, when a young lady, young girl is in the facility being manipulative, she says, listen to her voice change. She says, because if she's a girl that has, like, let's say my tone and it's a little gruff, and then she turns around, okay, I'll do it. He says, you always got to correct. She said, you have to correct that. She said, that's the difference. She says, and that's how, when you talk about killer women and killer things, she said, that's how they always skate, because they'll put that voice on you. And if you're not trained to understand and know what that is, you would swear that this woman was being she may not have had that type of abuse, but you would swear that she was, oh my God, this poor girl is going through all of this. But she says that's the way, she says that's the difference between the way men manipulate and women manipulate. And this is the stuff that you have to look out for. So I just wanted to,
and then we were talking about that before we even started this stream, right?
Right.
And the thing too with women too, and we're talking detention center women, so this can be applied across the board. Not everybody has to be a criminal or a delinquent. We're talking about even regular everyday women. A lot of us use our looks. A lot of us use our physique. By default, you're going to trust somebody that's smaller, that has a softer voice, softer features, before you would trust somebody at my height or someone that's a little bigger.
My size, right.
Right. You'll trust a small, petite woman over a taller or fatter woman first, because they're not imposing. They're not intimidating, right?
They're cutesy. They're very demure.
Very demure, right? And it's the truth. And I always joked around, and I told my husband this. We've known each other 30 years, but again, we were just always friends, big brother, that kind of thing. And I always joked with him because his mom and sister are really short. I don't know how him and his twin brother got to be 6'2", but they're like 5 feet 4'11". Even his dad was like 5'2", very short people. And just in general, I would joke with him, but this is a true fact for me. And I hate to be that way, but it's been proven correct more times than not. So I stick by it, even in my big age. I don't trust really small people. I just don't. And I'm not talking about small because you got osteoporosis. I'm talking about always small. I just have a problem trusting really small people because I, in my experience, have noticed, being a taller, thicker woman, that they tend to get away with more. You understand what I'm saying? And I said all this to loop back around to what you were saying about manipulation, because with that, they manipulate. The ones that are wired that way manipulate very well, because you look at them. Oh, they're so small. They're so cute. They're so pretty. Their voice is so soft. You know, there's no way she could be manipulative, a liar, conniving, two-faced, sneaky. You know what I mean? There's just no way. Look how cute and pretty they are. Those be the ones.
Right.
And it'd be the
And
loud
they know that.
like me that are the good ones. You understand what I'm saying?
There was an experiment or something about, it was something about two people standing in front of a burning house. And it was like, you would have like a child and, a girl and a woman crying. And because the girl is the girl, you went and you would and they both had their hands behind their back, and you would go hug the girl because you think, but not realize that she has the matches in her hand. And then you're not hugging the woman because that's her house that this little girl has just burnt down. It was some kind of experiment. I can't think of what it was, but they were talking about, because we infantilize a lot of people. We think that because you are you're small statured, you're this, that we tend to, and women do the same thing. This is a societal thing. This is just not us picking on a man. Yeah, we have a penchant to do. We have a penchant to do that. We have a penchant to go for who we think is the weaker vessel, and think that weaker vessel is the one that we need to put our arms around. But again, that weaker vessel is the one with the matches in her hand.
Yep. And it turns out that was the problem all along. Not the mother, not the old lady. It was the small one, the child that nobody thought. Exactly. But that's how we've been programmed by.
We've been socialized to believe that. And we as women take advantage of that. We take full advantage. And if you don't believe me, you think about how, and I don't mean to get into politics, but it's very clear. We talk about how when people are wanting to vote for their interests, if you look back over the past 30 years and you look at how white women vote, white women will vote against their interest in order to sit to where they believe that they're sitting on power. And what's that young lady? She says, I never thought the leopard would eat my face. See, they never thought that any of these things that were going to be taken away was going to affect them. They never thought that
Roe v.
Wade, taking away Roe v. Wade to affect them. I'm sitting in a state right now where you have women are sitting here now are infertile because the doctors are not wanting to work with them. They have to have almost be sepsis before they will take these. Yes, these women are having these kind of problems and now almost sepsis because they can't get. The doctors won't do anything because they don't want to go to jail. So now you're seeing that. You're seeing now doctors not even authorizing treatments like for infertility and all kinds of these types of. Exactly, because they don't want to do that. And I said, see, you're going to figure it out real quick that look in the next 5 or 6 years, OBGYNs are going to be scarce. You're not going to see people going into the OBGYN field because of the fact it's too of a hot button. It's now been politicized.
Yeah.
And so they don't think that.
Alabama, so it's completely illegal there, right?
Yeah.
Here in Florida, it was, but then they modified it to 12 weeks. And most women don't even know they're pregnant until they're 12 weeks.
Well,
baby,
it's 6.
Until I was like 9.
Yeah, it's 6 here. So you won't, by the time you know that you're pregnant, you're too late.
It's too late. Because I found out at 9 weeks with my oldest. But then it took another 2 or 3 weeks just to get an appointment. And they're not going to, let's say if I was pro-abortion, if I wanted an abortion at that point, so I had to wait 2 weeks for the appointment, and it's never going to happen, that appointment. It's a pre-appointment and then the appointment.
Right.
So, and then there's never any appointment. So by the time you actually get it done, it's way past 12 weeks.
Yeah, yeah.
So unless you're sitting there giving yourself a pregnancy test every day from the point that you got baby battered, you're not going to know you're pregnant before minimally 8 weeks.
And don't be someone that suffers from PCOS and
It's
you know,
mixed
don't have a
period.
regular period and you not know until you go almost in your second trimester.
Right. But you're laughing, but it's true.
It's
Because
true.
that happens.
Yeah,
I
you
didn't have PCOS, but I found out at a fertility clinic that I was pregnant with my oldest daughter because I didn't have PCOS, but I had off cycle. I could go 2-3 months without having a cycle, and I was like, "What's going on?" And so they were checking all that, and you know, they give you a pregnancy test before they start treatment. And that was the day that she called me back 2 days later and was like, "Oh, I'd tell you why you're not getting a period." And I was like, "Well, why?" She was like, "Oh, because you're pregnant." And I was like, "What?" I didn't have no symptoms, nothing with my first daughter. Second daughter, I found out at 2 weeks because I was sick the whole first trimester with her. But yeah, you just don't know. So yeah. But anyway, back to the topic because Cornelius said he's here for the breeding fetish part. So let's finish talking about Captain Cumshot.
Oh. Well, we're finna get to because I think they're getting ready to get in to talk about it. Let's continue.
And his low functioning. Yeah, okay.
I need you to see me. I need you to see my broken. I want you to see my heart, whatever that comes with. And I'm not embarrassed about it. I'll tell you about it. I'll show it to you. And I'm okay with a man who can facilitate it. But what a high functioning man may do is if he's all the way high functioning, he has already cut off the side of him that is authentic, and there's a superficialness there that won't allow him to connect with a real person. So can he still love and experience love? Yeah, love has it just loves everything. But will he experience the depth of some of the wholeness of love, meaning the down, the up, the ugly, the heaven, the hell mom was talking about? No. And let me say this really quick. And this is why trauma bonds usually feel like the most intense, in love, deepest relationships, because you got two at the epitome of vulnerability, pain pocket people who are bonding.
Hello.
And most people who are low functioning are exactly who they are. Exactly who they are. Doesn't make it bad for being who they are. Exactly who they are. That's their pain, their trauma. They're going to flee. They're going to scream. They're going to hit. They're going to do whatever comes up. Right? Fuck it, I'm mad. Whatever comes up, there's no awareness, there's no stop, there's no nothing. I'm triggered, I'm inflamed. We just go there, let's tear this thing up. Right? High functioning only means, Cam, that I feel them same feels. I still feel, see my language, you got me fucked up. I'm ready to go there. I'm flamed, I'm triggered. It's all there, right? But it's still dormant. It's still in me. And high functioning means I can regulate those emotions. Watch this and say, okay, right now, I'm ready to rip this man's head off. Right now, he got me all the way fucked up. Okay, so how do I relay that message to him where it's going to be respectful, it's going to be non-combative, and I'm going to disarm him while he still knows you got me fucked up? Because I don't have to say those words for you to know, I think I went too far with Doc. And you still feel respected and loved, so that I just disarmed you and we can still have an engaging, emotionally intelligent conversation that ends in resolve, whether resolve means win-win, because resolve is really win-win, or one person wins or none and we agree to disagree and we can still go to the cigar lounge and have a drink and you have your cigar. But low functioning people are going to tear this thing up with no emotional regulation. They're also going to choose a person who does it with them and allows them to do it.
Yeah.
Because I only can do to you what you allow me to do. Because if I start cutting up in here and you say, Doc, we love you, love to have you here, but
you're not going to
do that. You gotta go and you're not welcome back. There's no pun intended. That's not our culture here. Guess what? I can't do that again. And that's not called fleeing. You emotionally, intelligently said, Doc, love you here. You're a great guest, but that's not our culture. We don't do that here. Now I have a choice to make. Do I want to be in a relationship with Cam? Do I want to be welcome back here? Self-inventory. You just did me the best favor you could have ever did. By excusing me, you blessed me. Because now I got to look at myself and say, what needs to be done for me to fit in this. Now let's flip it.
I think it paused.
No, I intentionally paused it.
Okay. I was like, something happened. Okay, so
I intentionally paused it because you know, again, we don't want to stop.
Right, that's why I keep saying stuff in between.
So but
real,
I think I think that she made the best explanation of emotional intelligence.
Yep. And my kids call it my children, because you know they're in this whole, you know, social media psychology, you know, a world. They say I'm being passive aggressive. When, because my husband is he's very expressive. I'm not. I don't yell, I don't scream, I barely even get loud. Because at the end of the day, but you know what I mean? What's the point? And I'm certainly not doing that in my household. Now, if I'm in the street and it's a stranger, oh, you're going to get this work. But in my household, that's just not me. Especially with people I love. I'm just not going to go flip mode on people I love. My husband doesn't either, but he's definitely more louder and more expressive because that's just, he's from the Bronx. You know what I'm saying? That's just, we're just all loud being New Yorkers. But I don't disagree with people in a loud way. So my kids think it's being passive aggressive, but I need to play this clip for them to let you know that's not passive aggression. That's called emotional regulation. Because like she said, you got me all the way fucked up. But not only am I not doing that in front of my kids, it's not even that serious.
Right.
And I'm going to check you so you know that you need to dial it back a few channels without losing my cool. Because I can control my emotions. I guess I learned it in corporate America. I also learned it, you know, growing up, you know, in a, you know, wild and crazy, you know, what do you call it? Family violence type household. But so it could be a coping mechanism. It could be a traumatic response. But it helped me because, again, I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to jump out the window at the slightest, you know, agitation. You really have to take me there. And like I said, people outside of my house, oh yeah, I don't care. You know what I mean? But in my own house, no, I'm not going to do that because especially
if you're trying to connect with relationships and things. And what she said resonated with me because you're not going to be welcomed here anymore. So now I got to go someplace and figure some things out because I'm not welcomed here anymore. So either I have to change or I'm going to have to change. There is no either. I'm going to have to change because if I'm going to go someplace else, and the thing about that is, and this is what I was talking about, you need to get out there and you need to see, because that's how you vet people. You do talk to people who have had interactions with other people. People in business do that. Before they're doing business with another company or something like that, they're out here trying to research what's this company done? How much money have they made? What are their connections? What do they
all for a $20 stock trade? You want to do all that before you give Robinhood your $20, but you won't do that for a man or a woman that you're potentially going to sleep with.
Exactly. And I always say, men's sexual organs are on the outside, women's sexual organs on the inside. And as women, you got to be careful what you allow inside of you. Because he will skeet his frustrations, his bad health, his bad pH, 2 Gatorade drinking alcohol all day long, smoking weed. Hennessy and all that gets thrown up in there. If he's having a bad day, the frustration, all of that is being floated right up in there.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so you got to be careful. You got to be real careful. And you know, like you said, if that's how you get down, then you have to understand what the consequences of that. You out here just and guys got to understand, you don't know what's being wrapped around you. You don't know if you've got some STDs. You don't know if she's sitting around here and I'm just saying this, and so people who practice don't get mad at me. You don't know if she hoodoo the coochie. You don't know what's going on. Okay. And you wrapping yourself and getting yourself wrapped up in that. So you all have to be very careful.
That cocoon of chaos
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. People don't get it. They don't get it, and it's a lot. It's a lot that sex and engaging in that way entails, and
Yeah, and you have
casually
to.
or not,
Yeah,
you
you've
know.
got to be very careful. Intimacy is more than sex. You've got to know how to be intimate with people without just thinking that intimacy is spreading your legs for somebody, or intimacy is getting between some legs. It's not. You got to know these people, because you don't know what's going on.
Mm-mm.
We laugh and talk about it, but Single White Female and Fatal Attraction movies, that they were based off of stories that were true.
That really has. I mean, you literally just
They're
mentioned.
just exaggerated, but I'm
Snap is
just
chock
saying,
full of those stories.
all the
Snap.
time.
That's
Snap
usually
is,
how it starts. Somebody
yeah.
cheating, somebody sleeping with somebody. Somebody. It's always connected to a sexual relationship gone wrong.
All right. I think we're
I'm with a dude who's turned up. He's a womanizer. He got all these women. He spend money on me. He treat me good. And what you said earlier, he D's me down. You didn't say you would D me down, but use the D word, clarity. He D's me down. And so I come in and I tell him, no, I'm not a woman. I'm like wholesome. I'm not into casual sex. I don't do all that, but I'm in love with him. And he lets me know, check this out, baby. Daddy love you. There's a place for you here, but not like that. You got to be able to do these things. Check back in when you can. That woman has a choice to make too. She goes and takes self-inventory and says, do I want to do these things so I can fit in with daddy? Or do I want to stay true to who I am?
Right.
Either way, it's a choice. But high functioning people have the ability to take a step back internally, not physically, process what they feel, hear their emotions in the real space that they're saying. Because my emotions curse people out and things all day. But I regulate it, code switch it, deliver the message so you're receptive to it and you feel it with love. But I'm saying the same damn thing I was saying in here. And now we have a relationship. Now we have respect. And now we good. And now, like your mama said, because I love that quote, tell her that, please. I love that. We can go to heaven together and we can take this journey to hell as well.
But no, are you willing to go to hell?
No, I just said both.
Yeah.
Both.
So, but I don't think my question was clear, or the answer wasn't clear as far as a high functioning woman.
Yeah.
And
it's simple. High functioning woman feels the same thing a low functioning woman feels. She does two things differently. High functioning woman can regulate her emotions to articulate it so it comes out with emotional intelligence.
Okay.
And she uses what she feels, and chooses with her healthy self and not her dysfunctional self.
Okay.
That's the only difference.
Now, explain to me what a high functioning man is.
A high functioning man, identical to a woman. He can feel what he feels. He regulates his emotions and he chooses how he's going to deliver that message so that woman receives it and she's not armed and now we're at war. That's what a high functioning man does. And he's also able to sit through hard, challenging conversations without fleeing or abandoning that woman, and using his emotional intelligence that says, I hear you and I understand you. But baby, I don't agree with that one part.
Right.
There's a lot of things that I don't agree with.
I don't agree with that.
In this conversation.
Yeah, we know.
Going back to what I said, with that 40% of men who are high functioning that you.
I'm gonna pause it here. And this is the thing.
And what did he not agree with? Because she didn't even really say anything at that point.
He's gonna say it, but here's the thing. When I watched this, that I saw, it's very difficult if you don't have it's very difficult to try to spar with someone if you don't have the vocabulary and you don't have the thing. Because I'm quite sure because he has a degree. I'm quite sure he said, and I'm not trying to explain or say anything that you're unintelligent. But this is the thing about trying to battle somebody. It's just like me being a basketball player, but I'm trying to battle a football player on a football player's turf.
Yeah.
Counsel.
Unintended.
Yeah.
What I said was, most men understand this. We don't really find true love because it's what can you do for me? Because a man's job is to provide.
Mhm.
Now, this is where most high vibrational man, high functioning man go through. As far as being emotionally intelligent, that still does not qualify you as being high vibrational. The thing that is often said on two counterparts, two species,
Mhm.
from a woman, it's about self-worth, how I feel. I'm not going to allow you to treat me like this. I'm not going to allow you to talk to me like this. I know my non-negotiables. I know my worth. Fine. That are all qualifying things for any woman to say to herself or to the universe, I'm high vibrational. Now, the thing for me is that doesn't qualify for men, because you can have all the emotional intelligence, all the trigger points to be able to communicate.
Mhm.
But if you stand at your mama house, all that's out the door. You understand what I'm saying?
Well,
So
but he's confusing
society
high
dictates
vibrational
what
with high value. You see what I'm saying? He's well, not high vibration. He's saying the wrong thing. High, what did we say?
Functioning, high
High
value, and high
functioning
functioning.
versus high value. You can be high functioning and, well, no, it's not ideal. You can still live with your mom and be high functioning. That has nothing to do, your income has nothing to do with your emotional intelligence. So that's his problem. He thinks because he has money and access that he's by default high functioning. And I think this is where she checks him. Or do we even want to fast forward through this, because he's starting to get on my nerves? But I think,
it's in this whole.
Okay,
it's coming.
all right.
It's coming, because I want to be fair and for him to get out whatever
Context,
it is.
right?
Yes.
So for those of you waiting for the baby batter fetish, we're trying to give you context that led up to her shutting him down for being a breeding factory and thinking that it was a flex. So we're trying to be fair, because we only saw that one clip, saw her snatch his soul, and then we just ran with it, right?
Right.
So we're trying to give you context as to what led up to her finally crashing out on him and him being looking like that picture. Go to my community section. That face that he made, I had to rewind it like 3 times just to get a clip of that face, because when I say he looked like he wanted to snatch her out of that chair, that was the moment. Hey, Andre. Hey, Cornelius. Hey, Tracy. Hey, Nathan. All right, so let's go.
a man's value is, respectfully, and it's shameful to say it that way, but that's the surface level identifier of a high vibrational man, amongst other things. Now
he kills me. I'm just going to pause it right here. He interchanges terminology that is really not interchangeable. He's talking about high value, and we know that high value and low value is basically materialistic and economically how much money you have. He's talking about high vibrational and low vibrational, and that's just basically how you function in certain frequencies and how certain frequencies,
whether you're negative, positive,
yes,
that's
how they affect you.
Right.
And then we're talking about high functioning and low functioning. And what she defines as high functioning is that you have a self-awareness and you have the ability to regulate your emotions.
Right. So he's like you said, he's using those terms interchangeably.
But they're not really interchangeable.
No, I think he's getting confused. But since you mentioned he had a degree, because I was like, is that why he sounds sitting here trying to sound like he knows something he don't know? He does have a degree from Auburn University in sociology, just so we can be fair. Right. We don't want anybody to come up here and say that, we dragging him and calling him dumb and this, that, and the third. Sociology is not psychology, but it does study, human behavior. But in a social context, not a psychological context. So he does have some knowledge when it comes to, assuming he did well, because I don't know what his grades were like, but sociology is in the family of psychology, but it's not psychology.
Right.
So I kind of
It deals with the psychosocial things of how
right
things affect
societal
you in
societal
societal wise.
norms. Yeah,
Right.
norms in society, whether it be, certain manners and mannerisms that, that is
Yeah, because
social norm.
when you hear me, how we are socialized to be, because my
Mhm.
degree is in social work. How we're socialized to be. That's
That's
how that's how we are taking. When I talk about how we're socialized to do this function, and then how we interact as an individual, how we interact with what society says we're supposed to
mhm.
be and do, and everything like that.
And do right
So,
social norms like we were talking about earlier with the way girls dress versus how they want to be
right,
responded to. Social media, the study of social media and how we behave amongst one another. That's sociology.
exactly,
That
universe.
so they could literally be a whole degree just on sociology and how social media impacts it, because
Exactly,
this is a huge social experiment, social media.
exactly.
So that's sociology. So I will give him credit for understanding
Right. And
human
sociologists
behavior.
understand, when you look at it in corporate world, sociologists are good about market trends
Right. Market
because they
trends.
understand
Mhm.
how people are interacting and all those other things. So
And
yeah,
what
he's
attracts people to certain things, color,
exactly.
smell, that's all sociology. All right. So back to
Now,
Mr. Stocking
these
Pants.
things are what women always say. Oh, well, I'm not doing this, or yeah, this, that, and the third. And that's fine. But different rules for different
You're
species.
like, that's fine.
So
Right.
that's where I'm saying to you,
Right.
it's like, okay, for that 40% or that 70% of high vibrational women, it's a little bit, the rules are a little different for men. And you can't say it's not, because it actually is. All that, he's fit, girl. I mean, everything. I mean, this, that, and the third. But Dr. Bryant ain't gonna talk to no guy that can, number one, protect her physically, emotionally, and gives her the stability to live her life as she sees fit. And that's where the high vibrational man steps in. And we don't need that from a high vibrational woman. So
So this is
that's
where he
my
was shooting
caveat.
his shot, I feel like, and she
Okay.
shot him right down.
Got it. You
He's
made a lot of really
advertising
good
himself.
points.
So what now?
I felt like this was where he was shooting his shot, because he was basically tooting his own horn. Because like
Yeah.
I told you, she's definitely his type. She's a few years older than him, but I don't think that would stop him. That's definitely his type.
And
And I
also what
feel
he's
like,
trying to relay is the fact that what people say, men want women because there's a service that they're going to be able to do for them. There's whether it's a nurturing service, whether it's a sexual service, whether it's tidying up the home service, whether it's raising the children service. And so they don't look for the same things. And I would agree with that. Men look for things. Women look for things for men that men don't look for
right.
women.
Mm-hmm.
So a man living in his mama house means he's low value, but can still be high functioning. High functioning and high value man are two different things. High valued man is more about value. What are you offering financially? What can you do for me? How can you provide for me? It has nothing to do with emotions. This is why you have a lot of high valued women and men who are extremely low functioning. It is statistically known that high valued women, not functioning, high value women, meaning powerhouse, makes money, elected official, doctor, lawyer, entrepreneur, whatever she does, she's just killing it. She does well. Educated, not educated, she just does her thing financially. She's high valued. Often end up with low functioning men.
Why?
And it's because she has high value. She doesn't have high function. Law of attraction,
right.
we attract who we are despite of who we think we are. So the man living in his mama's house that you described, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's based on society. That's a low value man.
Reality, not
that's
society.
fine. You can say
reality.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Right.
Value is not a
functioning.
functioning. High functioning is how you function. Had nothing to do with money or where you live or how you drive.
Right.
Okay. Value is the word value because it's it's what you said. How valuable are you?
Mm-hmm.
How valuable are you, sis? What you bringing to the table?
Okay, now
Those are two different things.
I just want to stop you right there before I lose my. If the man doesn't have high value,
Yes.
he will not spark the interest of no woman.
Oh, that's
Let's just put it like that. So it runs
Then answer this
in
question.
conjuncture.
Why are most low value? And low value man just means
a
I'll
working
go
man,
straight terms, broke.
Yes.
Okay. They're
a
married.
regular working person compared
Them
to
girls
him.
are married.
But you can't
Hold
say
on, hold
that's
on.
a subjective
married.
thing.
No, that's
You
not.
can't
That's
say most because that's not true.
Statistically, when it comes to socioeconomics, Google it, have somebody here on your
He's a
team pull it up.
sociology major.
Socioeconomically, women, Google it, predominantly Black women, socioeconomically are exceeding when it comes to money, street term, bread. Hold on. That means if they marry, they're married to a man who's making less money, no money, or broke money. Hold on. Now, low valued men are married to somebody, whether she low, high, whatever. He got him a wife. And let me go a little further. And usually, if you don't have a wife, he got a whole hell lot of kids by different women.
Watch out now. Watch out, you're speeding.
Yeah, I am.
You're
speeding.
speeding.
I'm poking
We
speed.
going there. Hold on. Let me take this.
So let me finish
Let me
this.
take this. Let me take this glove off.
Let me finish this point.
Was it
So
real quick?
again, low valued men, meaning street term broke,
Mm-hmm.
they're married. And they oftentimes, if not more than often, have multiple kids by multiple men. Okay?
Woman. Whoa.
No. I'm going somewhere.
Low. You said
By
low.
oh no, I'm going somewhere with that. They have multiple kids by multiple men. Hold on. And women. We in a whole different society. You talking about reality.
No. You said low vibrational men are married with multiple.
Let me say it again. They're married. And if they're not, they usually have multiple kids with multiple women.
Okay.
Hold on. And I'm going somewhere with this. Have multiple men. Meaning that men and women are choosing low-valued men. That's subjective. Because in the society we live in today, you have a lot of different dynamics of polyamorous, different dynamics of relationships. And when you're talking about men today and women, I'm not just knocking on the men, relationships don't just go one way. And we're talking about a low-valued man. We're not just talking about heterosexual men, right? I could talk about the whole gamut. Do I have to stay in one pocket? I'm just asking because I will.
Ma'am.
Okay. So
Take it
again, low-valued men don't have to be, they could be high functioning and low value is what I'm saying. So a man living in his mama's house.
We were talking about that before we even got on the stream about how you could have as much money as you want and still function like a thing. You know, when she said polyamorous, I was thinking about the swingers and the such and such and such and all that other stuff going on. So yeah, you can definitely do that. I will try to see and fast forward it because I don't want to.
I just hate that, and I get it because he grew up in privilege. He currently lives in privilege. He did not grow up poor. He grew up in a 2-parent household. I think his dad was an athlete too, right? Or whatever he was. They didn't grow up poor. He did not grow up in a broken family. No. He currently is not poor. He has several broken families, but he's speaking from a place of privilege. And I think that irritated me because she's correct. And if he's a sociology major and he actually got good grades, because he's much younger than I am, so I feel like he had the internet and everything else, which I did not have when I went to college. For him to not know that, comparatively speaking, because he's a multimillionaire, tens of millions of dollars, compared to the average working Joe that's probably low 6 figures. That's still decent money, but to him, that's broke, and that's fine. But to us normal, everyday people, that's not broke. Right. But to him, that's broke. If you make 100 grand a year, whatever, 150 grand a year, okay, fine, he's broke. They're not married? Yes, they are. So yeah, they're low value compared to your 20 million a year or whatever you're making. But they're not low value to the majority of society which is not you. You're in the top, what, maybe
1-2%.
1-2%. The rest of us are not. Even the majority of celebrities are not in the top 10% of earners. I venture to say less than 50% of celebrities are in the top 10% of earners, because they got a lot of taxes to pay, and very few are getting $20 or $30 million paychecks a movie. Barely getting $1 million a movie. So for him to think, basically, because he clearly didn't read that part where it talked about statistics and married, because that's literally a whole chapter.
And he's an athlete, and that and that is a true thing. I remember, listen, and just all transparency, that the reason why I got so tickled, because I would be one of the girls that would help the person with their homework, because if we were in the same class, we would be helping with the homework and stuff. So I clearly can understand that concept, because I remember that.
And given his personality, he probably was making penis payments too. So, he clearly missed that whole chapter in sociology about marriage and family, because it literally would break down statistics as far. And we're not even talking about these newfangled social media terms, high value, low value, whatever. We're just talking about income brackets, like what you would see in Wikipedia if you look up any given town in America, demographics, that type of thing.
Because usually
the median income, household income.
People, average median income, two married people,
right?
Both of them have a good job, would be like $75,000-$80,000 a year between both of them.
And that's a living wage in most of America. No, it's not a living wage in LA. No, it's not a living wage in most places in New York. No, it's not a living wage in Miami, but it's a living wage in a majority, the other 47 states, it's a living wage. Not 46. DC might not be a living wage because those are high. Boston, those are high cost of living cities. But the majority of America is not high cost of living. So if you make 80 grand to 120 grand, you're living pretty good. And that's just one income. So imagine if you got two people making that, or one making double that and one making that. So while that might be low value to him, it's high value to the average American. And they are married. Those people are married. Those people have families. Those people are happy and not hyper breeding with the first woman that's willing to do it for some clout and 18 to 21 years of child support.
Right. And that doesn't even mean anything to, you're talking about a man that's sitting at this thing that's net worth is. And like I said, I'm not a person to count his pockets, but I had to do some research to be able to sit down here. You're talking about a man that's worth $55 million.
Right. And he's going to compare that to the average Joe. That's probably, and honestly, I'm saying six figures, but if somebody Google it, if you want to Google it and throw it in the chat, can somebody Google the average American income in the entire 50 states? It's probably about 60 grand. So that's what? Less than 1% of what he makes, like 0.00001% of his 50 million is the average American salary.
The average salary in the United States is $63,795.
I wasn't too far off because you have to remember we only have about 5 high cost of living states. High cost of living states tend to pay higher salaries, but that's to meet the cost of living, right? So in Florida, a secretary might make 50 grand a year, but in Manhattan, she might make double that. But she's also paying triple the rent, triple the insurance, triple everything. So that 100 grand is not going as far as it would in Florida, right?
Right.
So out of the other 45 states that are not high cost of living, you get your 40,000s, your 50,000s, your 75,000. So that's where it averages out to be about $63,000. So
I'm just going to read here. I'm going to read here what I see. I'm reading from USA Today, their business. They were talking about the average salary in the United States as of 2024. It says the national average income of salary in the quarter of 2023 was $59,384. And it says here, Mississippi is the lowest earning state with 48,000, while Massachusetts is the highest earning state, 86,000. And like you were saying, most urban type areas earn a lot of money. Salary by occupation, no, we don't need that. But they were saying the lowest earners, as far as if you want to do race and ethnicity, the lowest earners are Hispanics and Latinos at 45,000, and the highest are Asians with 79,000.
And that's usually, and that has nothing to do with stereotype. Oh, of course they earn more. It's mostly because of the occupations they choose. And if they are here on work visas, usually those occupations, because again, immigration have a quota system. I don't know if anybody knew that, but they do have a quota system. So if you're from any of the Asian countries, whether it be India, China, Japan, whatever.
Russia.
Well, I don't count. They're European. I think they added them to Asia just so that Africa couldn't be the biggest continent. But don't get me started on that. Those are white people. But they typically get their visas because they're coming over here doing tech or medicine. So of course, by default, those are higher earning fields. So it's not about, because they're Asian, that's why they. No, it's because those are the fields that are in the highest demand. And unfortunately, a lot of American born and raised people are not going into those fields. Yeah, more so now because it's being pushed. As an educator, I know we're pushing a lot more STEM, but prior to maybe 5 or 6 years ago, we weren't really pushing it.
No, because we're still pushing factory jobs, and companies that do factory jobs have pretty much shipped a lot of those jobs overseas
because nobody wants them, but you'll let certain politicians convince you that they do, like the black jobs and the Hispanic jobs and this job. We don't want those jobs. That's the reason why, other people are taking those jobs. They're not taking them from us because if we wanted them, we would have them.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because
anyway, we can go on about
the big
that.
jobs that you make the big money is in STEM. It's in computer
Science,
programming, all of that stuff, coding, engineering.
And those are locked down. The Asians and Indians, like I said, Chinese, Japanese, whatever. They tend to flock into those fields, mainly because I say a lot of it is cultural, but a lot of it too is because they know that it's a easy in to the United States on a work visa. And then you can eventually, get your citizenship, which is fair, which is how that should work. But that's why it has nothing to do with stereotypes or, racism. If you choose that field, then that's where you're going to make your money. My oldest daughter chose to become a pharmacist. She thought about being a medical examiner, but I talked her out of it because I didn't think it would be good for her mental health. Because she's a sensitive kid. She's not, I couldn't even do it. I think I have a pretty thick skin, but I couldn't see that every day. And I know,
and not if they bought a baby in there, a child in there.
I could not see that every day, and I'm pretty tough, and I love horror movies, and I'm like, I know I couldn't see that every day. So I know she did not grow up anything like I did, and just in general, she's more of a sensitive kid. So I kind of steered her toward pharmacy because I was like, I know you don't like touching living people, but you can still be a doctor, not touch living people or dead people.
Yeah, you can give them a shot when you want to, because the
right. But usually the pharmacy techs do that anyway, so she still doesn't really have to touch people because the techs do that, and the now a lot of those pharmacies have nurse practitioners and PAs in there. The doctors don't really do anything but approve the scripts and recommend, other generic versions. But anyway, we're off topic, but we just want to let you know, we did tell you Cam Newton does have a degree in sociology, but he has no idea about demographics or average income or average household composition. So continue.
Is low value, but he could be high functioning. Hold on. So how does he attract a woman who's high functioning?
Thank you.
He's high functioning. He attracts a high functioning woman. Hold on. The high functioning woman is also high value.
Now, would you all have a problem if I speed up the talking a little bit?
I don't, because I want to get to the part where she tears the soul out.
Okay.
Y'all get it. So we gave you context as to what kind of led up to her basically telling him he's not high functioning at all. He's high value. That's undisputed. because again, I think Pam said he makes or he's worth or whatever about 50 million. He's clearly high value. High earning is synonymous with high value, but he's not high functioning. And she's going to tell him why.
Meaning she has money, a lifestyle, and a high quality of life. And she's high functioning. All she needs is a high functioning man. She ain't worried about a man who also has high value. A lot of women operate like that who are powerful. I'm sure you've been in rooms with powerful women who have husbands who you have said, if not you, many have said, how did he get her? Wait a minute. And it's not even a looks thing. It's down to, oh, I'm going to go with a really good friend of mine's, Oprah and Stedman. Mama, oh, you know I love you. But Oprah's power. You think Stedman's low functioning or low value? Stedman is low value. He ain't low functioning, baby. There's a difference. He's low value based on, I'll use your word, reality, because regardless if he makes good money, he ain't making Oprah money.
Nobody's making Oprah money.
So he's low value compared to that. But Stedman is not low functioning. Oprah is not.
Stedman is not low value either. Everybody's low value compared to Mama O. Let's just say that.
So Stedman, and it's subjective again. Stedman in his relationship, we can't say marriage, in his relationship is low value to his powerhouse, high value, high functioning.
But that's not a good
woman.
example, though.
That is a great example.
That's not because anybody's going to be low value to
Cam, who house do they live in?
Oprah.
Okay, where's Stedman's house?
I have no idea.
That's my point. That is my point.
Can you give me another example?
That is my point.
Let's not use that one because that's not a reality.
Another
like
example.
Oprah is living in the half percent of the world, not just the 1%, less than the 1%. Because anybody, myself included, if we were to date a woman of Oprah's magnitude, it's never going to be enough. I'm going to be on her jet. I'm going to be on her yacht. I'm going to be at her functions. I would be a fucking fool to think.
So that's not always the case. You look at Jay-Z and you look at Beyonce. Jay can be on B's lot, B can be on Jay's lot. So my whole point to drive this point is that low value or high value, low function, high function, two different things, two different identities. Low value has to do with money and quality of life, fiduciary. Functioning has to do with how do you function innately, emotionally, psychologically as a human being. And so if you have billions of dollars, Donald Trump is low functioning. He just happens to be high value in the sense of his wealth, but he's extremely low functioning. But that's fine. No, and I'm not for or against him. I'm not for or against Trump. I'm just using someone. And again, we're having a conversation, so everything's going to be subjective. So I'm speaking about the difference so that we can clear it up. Just because a woman is high functioning doesn't mean she's successful financially or career-wise. Just because a man is high functioning doesn't mean that either. Just because someone is high valued doesn't mean that they have a certain level of functioning. You have a lot of people that do good in the boardroom, high IQ, high functioning interpersonal relationships, but cannot function at home in their marriage. And so those two are not relevant to each other, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you another thing that's not relevant to each other. A high value woman will never acknowledge a low value man. So Oprah, hold on.
Cam, you're a man.
Hold on.
You can't speak from a woman's perspective. High valued women acknowledge, notice, sleep with, and date low value men all the time. One, I'm in the room with them with high valued women. Two, I am a high valued woman. And I have at some point dated a man who is low value, meaning he wasn't living with his mama, but his income, socioeconomic status wasn't anywhere where somebody would go, Doc, really? He didn't have a title up to the caliber of mine. He wasn't in rooms and boardrooms. He wasn't sitting there with Congress, elected officials and making moves and making legislation and resolutions like myself. And so at that time, I was a woman who was high value, and high functioning, who was dating a man who was high functioning, but low value, but didn't live with his mother. And for me, what he was providing in the sense of our companionship was great in that season.
Which was what?
What do you mean, which was what?
What was he providing you?
The functionality, the emotional intelligence.
The functionality?
The what?
I'm asking you.
You're asking me. Wait, what word did you say?
Functionality.
You're asking me, was he making love to me?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
If the sex was good?
Yes.
The sex was great?
Now, let me tell you.
Yeah, it wasn't the best I had, but it was great.
This goes to my point.
But that wasn't all. You asked a question.
Yes, but I'm making a point here.
So you want me to finish what he was providing?
Just press a pause.
Okay.
Just press the space bar real
Go
quick.
for it.
Even though you were entertaining him sexually, you will never be saw with that man because he don't fit my standards. That doesn't mean you can't entertain him.
First of all, that's not true. So I'm the source. I'm the woman. I'm the one who was dating him. I'm going to speak from that source, not you. So as a source who was dating him, that's not true. We were seen in public. We were seen on red carpets when I was co-producing my show, as well as on Camera Psychologist with the biggest show on TV, Teen Mom Family Reunion on MTV. We did a lot of that. And we didn't enter a relationship where we led by sex. So I was tied to the sex is so good, this is what we're doing. I would have just ran that play with saying, we just sexing, let's leave it there, I'm grown. I could do that. His functionality, his intellect, his high functioning is what attracted me. As that functionality continued to be attractive and foreplay me, my body started to want him. That happened about 8 months.
Yeah. We got to this part. Let me do this. Let me get here. I think it's at the front of the thing, and then we'll, because I thought it was going to be in that little section. Let me start
The
here.
healing is going to say, do you want to be here? The pain is going to say, you need to be here.
The reality is nobody wants to find somebody who's worth going to hell for.
No man can take a woman and transform her. You're not God. You can never take water, baby, and make this happen. Women with daddy issues don't mean you got to be with your daddy.
Single people can't coach relationship people.
Cam, if it went over your dreadlocks, bring it back.
If the man doesn't have high value,
Women come and lead with, fit this, or you have no value. Men come in and go, all right, I'm here, and I'm going to learn how to be the best I can for you. Oprah's power. You think Stedman's low functioning or low value?
nobody's making Oprah money.
Stedman is not low functioning.
And
Oprah's not.
Stedman is not low value either. Everybody's low value compared to Mama O. I would be a fool
But that's
to
not,
think.
that's not always the case. I have at some point dated a man who is low value.
What was he providing you?
The functionality.
The functionality.
The what?
Functionality.
That's what you want at 35, baby. Have you been to Africa?
You know Wakanda only come in Wakanda packages. I'm in Atlanta, baby. This is Africa. I'm not married. My desire to get married is lower than my fear of divorce. I have beautiful children.
How many?
8.
I didn't do my research. I thought it was 4, but 8. Okay.
No, baby. It's
By how
8.
many women?
3.
Yeah.
And this is the kicker. I want more. Would you consider me a high value man?
High value to high functioning.
Yes,
I'm
speed.
poking.
We going there. Hold on. Let me take this.
So let me finish
Let
this.
me take this
point.
glove off.
Let me finish this point. I said,
All right.
I'll send you the link directly, Pam, because
Yeah, because this is
this was
going,
this was good because I didn't even see this part yet. I mean, I didn't see the whole thing at all, but I think it's good for context because again, I don't want to just talk about the part where she tells him he's breaking up all these homes and yada yada yada.
right.
Without context as to what led to that. And that whole high functioning thing is a huge part of that. Because when you're not functioning at a high level, you think that that behavior is appropriate. And like I said, you think it's a flex. You think it's a flex to keep dropping baby batter in all these frying pans and not cultivating a proper, you understand what I'm saying? A proper table. You just dropping, but you ain't staying nowhere. And
Yeah.
like I said, I exempt the first. I think he had 5 with the first one. I don't know. I lost count. I know it was at least 4 that he had with the very, very first baby mama. So she's exempted from this conversation because I'm positive that after baby number 2 or 3, she thought that this was it, and it wasn't. Then he got with number 2, and then number 3. You got it?
I got it.
Okay. So again, there was about 30 minutes of context. So we can say we're being fair to Cam Newton. If anybody that just joined us, he does have a degree in sociology. Apparently somebody was doing his homework according to the universe because he completely missed the part. He completely missed that part in the semester where they talked about demographics, median household income, median, household composition, whether they're married, single, with children, without children, 1.2 kids, 3.2 animals, that type of thing. He missed that whole section of the lesson or school year. I don't know. But
all right, here we go.
This is the part where she snatches his soul,
And I think that
watch his hands and watch his
Hi.
face.
a lot of people see my situation and not think that I'm not high functioning.
what situation?
See my situation. That's a very vague question, and this for you
What
to
situation are you referring to that they're looking at and thinking is not high function?
just my life.
Your life entirely, or your life in relationships?
My life.
See, don't deflect. Let's stay here. Your life entirely, or your life in relationships?
Both really.
And they think that you're low functioning.
No, I don't.
You just said people see your life and think you're not high functioning. The opposite of that would be low functioning.
No. Okay, so here you go. You're trying to take my
No.
intentions away from this. Is can I correct it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Or can I give you more?
Yeah, some more information. Heck yeah.
So, I'm not married,
Yeah.
right? I have beautiful children.
How many?
8.
8.
I thought I didn't do my research. I thought it was 4, but 8. Okay.
No, baby.
Cool.
It's
By how
8.
many women?
3. And this is the kicker. I want more. Now,
By multiple women? What's the intent?
I
I'm
just
saying,
want
or
God
by
to
your
bring
wife?
him. I just want God to
Watch
bring
his
him.
face.
Oh, okay. And you have, so you just
Because my point is this. My desire to get married
Mhm.
is lower than my fear of divorce.
He thought
So-
that was
As you had said, Dr. Bryant, you said it. I didn't say it. I will agree. I'm just taking my time.
Drinking and driving is a decision that could change.
The idea that he thought that whole thing was going to make her be like, oh my Lord, let's go in the back now and just make it happen. It just blew me. It blew my mind, because I just was like, what? Like, do you really realize that you sound crazy as hell? I just want them to bring them. Like, where are they going to fall from?
And I wanted you to pay attention to the physicality.
Like,
did you see the physicality of how he said that? And I want more. And you can feel, you can look and feel no, because, you know, we're talking about, is this a breeding fetish or not?
Right.
You felt the when he said that, and how he looked up and how he did, you felt, you saw
it
that.
was like he was you know how when you have a taste for something really good, like ribeye and crab legs, and you just start like Pavlov's dog. Yeah, like Pavlov's dog. You hear that bell ring and you just start salivating. That's the fetish part. That's why I titled it Breeding Fetish or Nah. Because that whole physical reaction that he got to the idea of all these coochies raining down babies on him, it was weird. And I just was like, oh, what? So this is just some kind of fascination that you have with just dousing whoever is willing and able.
He doesn't want to, and he looks at it as it's some kind of form of altruism. See, because of the 55 million, if I can have as many kids that I want, and I want to be able to have as many children as I want with whoever I want, because I have the 55 million. See, tomorrow could happen and money will be of no value. What's going to happen then?
Literally, he's like, I was waiting for him to say bars.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Somebody said he should not have a This is embarrassing. He has too much time on his hands. Yeah, a mess. And like,
again,
said, and then he got the note in the hat. No, that's the Mad Hatter.
Yeah, the Mad Hatter.
With the little,
but again, I don't want to take away from Cam Newton, because if he was sitting here just talking about football, you know, people can cursorily. It's all about your knowledge base. There's some rooms, again, as a couch potato, I don't need to be in the middle of a football field talking about running plays.
Right.
I know that's just not my that's not my wheelhouse. And I don't think this conversation was in his wheelhouse of knowledge and expertise.
But but again, I'm going to keep pointing out the fact that this guy has a sociology degree.
Right.
So because he has a sociology degree, some of these basic things that she's talking about are not even psychological terms. And he's just not grasping it. A lot of it is sociology. High value man is a sociological term that has just been recently coined. And I don't even think it's in a textbook yet, but it's definitely a sociological term, because you're talking about somebody's income as it relates to their value to the opposite sex or the same sex or whoever they're trying to attract. So that is a sociological term. That's not even psychiatry or psychology. And he can't seem to grasp that. The psychology part is the high functioning. Right? That's the psychology part, because that's behavioral. But yeah, so it's like, you know, I'm you know. Right.
Well, let's continue, because we got to get to the snatch.
Yeah, exactly.
I am, though.
You're being very action-based. You're not taking your time. You're being very action-based.
I'm taking my time.
You're being very action-based. You have 8 kids with 3 different women.
Yes.
You are creating, procreating, and multiplying. That is not taking your time. You're being very selectively active. Okay? So you're creating, in disclaimer, the kids are innocent. They are beautiful and amazing. Anything I say has nothing to do with them babies, because I can't wait to be a mom, and I love the kids, period. But you are proactively choosing where you want to be active at and where you want to take your time. You want to take your time in having a wife because of your own fears. But you will, and I say this with all respect and love, what I'm about to say next, okay, Cam? But you will selfishly create broken families, even if you're in their life and you're a proactive father. And I believe you're an amazing daddy. I can only imagine with just your presence and knowing you thus far. But these families are still broken. Every child cannot have Papa in the house with them. So some child, if not all will end up with some kind of deficit without daddy being there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you chose to do that. I'm not saying you sat there and woke up one morning and said, I want to be selfish today, so I'm going to go make a baby. Not saying that at all. But those are selfish acts at the expense of your fear. So at what point do you feel the fear? Do it anyways. And yeah, that is a low functioning behavior to say that I am going to create these homes. Let me go better. I'm going to build these houses and put kids and these beautiful women and kids in them, but I ain't going to create a home in them. I'm going to wait till I dissipate my fear to find a wife where I'm still going to be fearful with, because there's no such thing as not having some type of nerve or some type of feeling behind marrying somebody who you're spending your life with. And then I'm going to build a home with her while all these other beautiful babies have houses. That's completely unfair and it's selfish.
Just tell me when I can solve.
Yeah, almost. That's completely unfair and that's selfish. And so, yes, you're taking your time in this department, but you're not taking your time in this department, which means you're compartmentalizing. And compartmentalizing never works. Compartmentalizing hurts everybody involved. Everybody who's in this box and that box and this box and that box and this box. And then here you go over here trying to figure out what box you're going to feed or entertain or do. Then you're looking outside to figure out who's your next victim to put in the box.
Right.
It's unhealthy. And it's a huge dysfunction within our Black community that I truly believe personally, statistically, mental health wise, and community wise, that Black men would stop.
Black men will what?
Stop doing that, that they would stop that dysfunctional behavior of compartmentalizing and creating houses, not homes, and then finally a home with the wife. And then you have all these other houses that are homeless, but you over here at some point when you do get a wife, if you do, I'm saying if that's what you want, you will, you'll get whatever you want. You're trying to create a home.
Right.
Totally dysfunctional and extremely, that's the epitome of selfish. Epitome of selfish.
Look at his hand and then watch it. Oh, that's just the clip. Okay, so she said it, and that she got a fan of me just for that clip alone. That clip alone, because I hear men say this all the time, whether it's on social media, whether they verbally articulate it around me or to me or on TV or whatever. They almost think that it's some kind of flex to say, oh, I'm more afraid of getting divorced than I am of having to. Like, you make no sense. So and that's a privileged mindset too, especially when you have a certain income, because comparatively, broke man would never say no shit like that. Because if you're broke by Cam Newton standards, you're more fearful to have a gang of kids than you are to get married. Yeah, getting married prevents you from having a gang of accidental kids that you're going to be on a hook for, depending on where you're from and what your state law is, 18 to 23 years. New York age of majority is 21, and I think 23 if they go to college. So broke men rarely say things like that. Now, broke men do hyperbreed like that. They do hyperbreed like that, but you would never catch them say something like, oh, my fear of getting divorced is more than my fear of, what did he say, having children or something along those lines? Because you can afford your children. You can afford that child support and everything else that, you know what I mean?
Right.
That comes with having all them different households of children. But the average broke man that you talked about cannot. So those who are marriage minded would choose marriage over what you're doing any day. Because if for no other reason to prevent having 8 kids in 3 different households that they're on the hook for damn near most people's working career span. Most people don't work any one place more than 20 years before they retire. So you sitting there with somebody's whole entire working career, especially if they're in the public sector. The average public sector or military worker puts in about 20 years and then they can retire.
Mm-hmm.
And you spend that entire time paying child support.
And I think, you know, I don't want to sound like I'm speaking for him, but from what I gleaned from what he was saying, because of his high value, he's afraid of divorce because it's going to separate him from the value.
Money.
Yeah. That is
a prenup can't fix, though. As much as I despise Donald Trump, I admire his ability to not have to pay his ex-wives. And that's the only reason why Melania is sticking around, because his last wife only got $200,000 and kicked out the door. So if you got a good prenup and a good lawyer, that's not even a concern, because you're still spending more than that each quarter in child support. He's probably spending $200,000 a quarter in child support if it's based on his income. Times 8.
Because he's got 5 children with the first woman. Isn't
right.
it 4? 4, because she already had a child. So he's got 4 children with the first woman.
So she has 5 total and 4 of his. That's what I thought. I'm like, I thought it said she had 5, but 4 of them
so that's 4 children with that woman, and then you have one with his current girlfriend, and then you have one with the lady previously. So that's what 5, 4, 5, 6 kids that you're paying. And if you're worth $55 million and they take it through the percentage and all of that, so you're right, you're probably paying $250,000 a year in child support.
Minimum. Because I think they had Diddy one time paying 30 racks on one kid.
Yeah.
Tyrese over here crying every damn day because they just raised his on one kid. So you see what I'm saying? Like,
he's a whole nother subject. When you do another one of this deep dives, we could deep dive that one.
Yeah.
And I'd like to deep dive.
I just saw an article where, his child support got tripled to $60,000. So $40K a month was original. She originally asked for 20. Let me double check. Let me make sure I got my numbers right. But let's just say it's a whole lot of damn money for one kid. So now, according to this article, he's up to $60,000 now.
He has 2 children.
Oh, 2. Okay, $60,000.
He has 2 children. And so is the second one getting $60,000?
It's this one lady. Let me just look it up again.
Because this is
the picture that I'm looking at, it looks like it's this one kid. Hold on. His wife Samantha Lee.
Yeah, this is the one the last person,
kid, right? That's one.
Yes, one kid. He's got a teenager with another lady.
Yeah, no,
and both of them live. Yeah, and both of them live in Atlanta. Yeah, and both of the women live in Atlanta.
And that's a low cost of living state. So she's killing it right now. She's making more in a month than the average American makes in a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we didn't play that part. We did talk about that part, though, Andre. We mentioned it maybe 20 minutes ago when Blue was here.
Yeah, that's been an hour or so ago.
Yeah, we mentioned. Yeah, Blue had to work today. He does I think videography work. When Blue was here, we did touch on that where he asked her why she wasn't married, because we were joking around that I think that was the point where he was trying to shoot his shot and thought she was going to be his next incubator, and she shut that down real quick. And I almost wonder if she was tempted to be the next incubator, because when she realized he had 8 kids instead of 4, her face was like, well, back to the trenches I go.
Yeah, shoot.
Because it almost seemed like she was willing to deal with 4. Because again, that first 4 is by that first lady. So that's just one broken household, not 3. But then when she realized it was 8, she was like, oh, I didn't do my research. Yeah, I bet you didn't.
Because I didn't know he had that many kids. I just thought he had children with that first wife and then this girl that he's dating now. I didn't know that there was another one in between the 2.
No, the girl that he's dating now is Nunu. That kid is Nunu.
Yeah.
A lot of people were criticizing her because What's she? I don't know. Y'all inform me. Was
She's
that lady a
comedian.
stripper or some kind of
No. That's the first wife was the stripper.
the stripper? Okay.
Well, the first girlfriend. The
Uh-huh.
girlfriend that he has now, the reason why people are so
Hard on her.
antagonistic about her, talking about her, is because she's on YouTube. She would do a whole lot of skits talking about the women.
Oh, she's a comedian, right? That's the comedian.
She would
girl.
talk about
Okay.
the women that she currently is now. You know, the
Okay.
very submissive women and love their man. She would have all kinds of comedy skits and stuff like that against that. And she would talk and be on panels and stuff like that. What
And
is that girl's?
doing the same thing.
B. Simone. She was on B. Simone's podcast talking about, oh, I wouldn't be one of them women. Da, 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 da.
And then she's one of them women.
Yeah.
And the gag is, after this interview with Dr. Bryant, she posts something on social media about being a
love to serve.
Serve. Her love language is serve. What is it?
Serving.
Serve. Yeah, being a serve. So yeah.
They have breeding fetishes outside relations, but when you have men like Alec Baldwin, who's married but popping them out. So I wonder if he also has a breeding fetish.
I think he does. I do not think having a breeding fetish or breeding kink is limited to men that are just deposited in different households. Right. It could be a married man. I think those Duggars got a breeding fetish. That Duggar family. I think it's just it's a, like we said, this being aroused or turned on by the idea of getting pregnant as a woman, because women have the same fetishes. Like, again, there is no supply without demand. There's no demand without supply. So if you don't have someone willing to do the job,
right,
which would mean us, because men can't give birth to children, right? Men can't carry children. If you don't have a woman like us willing to do that job, then you don't have a way to realize that desire. So absolutely. I'm glad you brought up Alec Baldwin. We have the same birthday, by the way, which is weird in itself because Aries don't usually operate like that. But he's a male Aries, so they're a little different. Arrogant, definitely. I have not.
You can look at even if you look at right now with certain athletes, because there's this athlete right now who is married, but he has like 8 children, and I think he only has 1 or 2 children with his wife. And currently, and it's just and I mean, it's just the whole thing, and everybody's talking about, well, he's always, because people confuse this with I don't want you all to confuse this with like a sexual like violence, so to speak. But there is a manipulation about this kink that you will want to do that, because you have to. And I've always said that when I talk and I mentor my younger girls that I talk to, be very wary of a man that meets you and they talk to you, and then they all of a sudden start talking about, "Ooh, I want you to have my babies."
Have my babies, yeah. Be like, who? Where?
You gonna have my babies.
You gonna do what?
Hold up. You don't have it. No, if they come out with that, they have that. To me, I'm not diagnosing anybody, but you be very wary, because you have to understand. And I tell my girls all the time, you're the person that society says is supposed to take care of these kids, because he may just want to be able to have sex with you and get you pregnant, and may have an excitement about that. I said, but
it makes you feel like a man. Like you feel like a man to just keep having kids.
And some people base their manhood on having a lot of children. When you talk to those children, they don't have the same perspective. And that's the point that I hope we're going to get around. And I think she mentioned it as well. You may have this, but this affects your children, because you have a lot of kids that are now here dealing with abandonment issues.
Yeah.
If you watch, did anybody ever watch Half and Half, that TV show that came on UPN? You notice how Mona had abandonment issues, whereas Dee Dee didn't, because she grew up with her father.
Right.
She grew up with her father, so she didn't have the issues that Mona had with her father not being in her life, or always paying for something and stuff like that in her life, and always treating her different, secondary to Dee Dee. Just like when it first started, she was supposed to get the upstairs apartment, but he ended up giving it to Dee Dee.
Right. I think there was a colorism aspect behind that show too. I didn't really like that show too tough.
Yeah,
But
but that's the thing about having a home and then having your children in a house. Mona was living in the house with her mama, but
mom.
Dee Dee had a home with her mother and her father, and he's high value.
Right, right, and that's really the issue. You cannot buy mental health. You cannot buy emotional intelligence. You know, you cannot buy high functionality. Those are things that come from proper being raised properly by proper adults. It doesn't necessarily have to be your biological parents, but being raised properly by some type of parental unit or, you know, adult influencer that gives you those skills based on the hierarchy of needs, you know?
Who is this young rapper that has 22 and has 10 kids?
Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to Google that one.
Because this is the catch up that you get into, young men, because you're out here doing all of this, and I'm just gonna say it, breeding. You know, this rap careers, you all have made rap careers to be finite. So if you have a rap career, you make it finite to maybe 5 to 7 years, because every 5 to 7 years we're looking at a new rapper or a new rapper that's big in the game. You all have made that finite, and plus the fact you all get these bad deals. So you mean to tell me you've got 10 kids and you're 22 and you're still fertile and you have a finite career?
That's crazy, because that means he could have 10 more between now and the time he's 32. That's just crazy.
Yeah. And Lord knows when he started.
Right. Because if you're 22 with 10, either they're all back to back, overlapping, or you started in high school. Or any combination of the three.
Yeah.
It's like, how much you could do between, let's say, the average of 17 and 22? That's a whole lot of coochie. I'm hoping it's just spread between two different women, maybe 5 here and 5 there. But doubt
still,
it.
that means back to back. No, that gives me, I've got holes in different area codes.
Right. And you over here got what we call project twins, where everybody pregnant at the same time. To me, that's just insane. But yeah, I do think Alec Baldwin has a breeding kink. I think also same birthday, Eddie Murphy, there might be something to it. I think Eddie Murphy has a breeding kink. He had a gang of kids with his wife, and now he got another gang with this new lady he's with.
And don't forget the one he had with Mel B.
And then the one he had with Mel B that he refused to acknowledge. Who else? There's a few of them that I think have breeding kinks. And the funny thing is, now that I'm thinking about it, and I did make the remark that I have not met one Aries man that I liked.
Keke Wyatt.
Because they're very arrogant. And that could be it. It's an ego thing. I think that it's an ego thing for them to just keep having these kids and wanting to see little versions of themselves. Yeah, Keke Wyatt is another one with a breeding kink, and she got a few different baby daddies. You got Young Boy. Okay, I did hear about him. I didn't know he had that many kids though.
Is that the NBA Young Boy?
Is that NBA? Is it NBA or MBA? Yeah, I think it's that guy. I've heard of him. I just didn't realize he had that many kids.
Wow.
That's a lot for 22. That's crazy. Yeah, but Keke Wyatt is another one. She's another one. Was she on 11 now?
Yeah. She's up there almost with the Duggars, because she's having an issue with you remember they had explained to the Duggar lady, well, she was on her 23rd, that because that last child has some
developmental delays.
And
got like 17.
Yeah, that last one's got some developmental delays, along with like Keke Wyatt's youngest child. He has some developmental delays.
Developmentally disabled. Yeah, he's and then there was a viral video of her laughing at him because he can't see that well either. So he's like 6 months and has glasses. And she was laughing at him, and she posted it on her Instagram, laughing at him, saying he looked like an old man. But the little boy looked so uncomfortable because he has a lot of physical issues.
Yeah,
and you could hear her the next oldest two, they like 4 and 5, I don't know, in the background saying, "Oh, it's not funny, mommy. Stop laughing at my baby brother." And she got them big ass horse teeth, and she's like, yeah, laughing, and the baby looked like he was just so uncomfortable, and he's kind of like slumping because he can't sit up.
He
Like
can't sit up. He can't walk. He can't do
a lot of physical ailments, and she's just laughing and laughing and laughing. And I'm like, anytime you got a 5-year-old telling you that that's not funny, something's wrong with you. So I think that she's not psychologically all there for one.
Well, she cut her first husband.
Yeah, she stabbed the first husband, and she was only like 19, 20 back then. So
she stabbed
her first one. She has 11, and the youngest one is the 11th one, and that's the one that's sick. Yeah, I think it. Like I said, I don't think it matters how many different households the kids are in. It's just the concept of getting aroused by or turned on by the prospect of potentially getting
pregnant or getting someone pregnant.
So it's on both sides, the guys and the women. And I think that, and I joke about this all the time, excuse my language, but I mean, I guess it doesn't matter at this point because I think I dropped a couple of F-bombs already. But yes, exactly. Because Nick Cannon is another one. We didn't play the clip of his video because honestly, that kind of annoyed me because he was over talking her and he was kind of getting on my nerves. I did put that in the show notes. So I put the link to the full interview with Cam Newton, and I also put the link to the full interview with Nick Cannon. We've been on for a while, so we're not going to do the Nick Cannon one because he's been doing this forever. So and he actually made it a point to say what he was doing. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, because some people thought that he was doing it to try to find a cure for his lupus.
Right, and it could be. Maybe he's trying to harvest some stem cells or bone marrow. But he articulated that he was having all these children because he didn't think he had long to live, which made no sense. So that might be to your point, Pam, where he's looking for a cure. Because I have heard of people having kids. There was a lady in the early 90s, a family. It was just a family, 2 daughters.
About their kidney?
No, the daughter was like already 15 or 16. She had some kind of rare leukemia or something along that line. The parents had another baby in their 40s just so that she can get the bone marrow.
Yeah, it's the same one. I was just saying kidney because they had a Law and Order show, but it was supposed to be the kidney. But I know exactly. Right. I know exactly what you're talking about. They purposely had that baby,
and they admitted as much. And so they basically kind of spun it to say that the little girl was a miracle baby and she saved her sister's life, but she really was just a donor. The Ricos, their black family, they have 14.
Didn't they just get divorced?
Well, they just maybe had a makeup baby because she's pregnant with number 15 now. But they're getting paid to do it. So the Duggars too, I think they started getting paid by the time they hit about 14. So
they got divorced.
Yeah,
hold on, let me.
That's what I thought I read, but they're black. Yep. And like Via Reality said, same thing. He had Nick Cannon is sick. One of his babies passed away about a year into his life because he had a brain tumor. Yeah. And I thought that would make him stop. No, that's not lupus, but it's clearly some kind of genetic defect. And I think it's selfish when you have something that can easily be passed down genetically to keep having children. Because of those 12 kids, probably 2 or 3 are going to end up with lupus, just statistically speaking. And so now what? You know what I'm saying? So now what? Hey, Callow, what happens with that? And I always have a story, but I have a relatively big family and a lot of life experience, I guess. My cousin, this had nothing to do with, my uncle was a super breeder too. Her dad was my mom's brother. He had 6 kids and probably would have kept going if they could have. But by the time they got to 6, they were already in their 40s, and I'm guessing his wife's eggs checked out of the building. But he might have had a breeding king too, now that I think about it. But his second to youngest child, my cousin, she passed away. Did this year make a year? I think this year made a year on her 10 days before her 39th birthday from lupus. So lupus ain't nothing to play with. That's why I'm like, it causes all types of things. It's an autoimmune disease. It attacks your organs.
I was gonna say, because he was having issues with his kidney.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, his kidneys. He said he almost died 3 times. If you watch, I put it in the chat, somewhere in the chat. If you watch the Amazon Prime version of Council Culture, he says he almost died 3 different times. Recently, in the last decade. That's a lot of times in 10 years. Right. 1 is too many. So that being said, and that's about right, because very few people with lupus that get it early live to be 50, especially if it's not managed well. My cousin was 39. She was 10 days shy of her 40th birthday when she died. So I'm saying that to say to indiscriminately and consciously breathe the way he is, I think he's going to stop now. Because again, if you go back and watch Amazon, I need a paycheck because I just sent a lot of people to that Amazon Prime version of his show. Every episode of that one season, he expresses a lot of regret for his choice. And he cries at least once an episode about his choice.
So he had a baby to die of brain cancer.
Yeah, the baby was 1. That was the one. This was like 2 years ago.
Yeah, the baby was born on the 23rd of June, 2021, and 5 months later died with brain cancer.
The baby died and turned around and had another baby with the same lady. Mm-hmm. He has a set of twins. I don't know if this is the same lady or another lady that are autistic. I just feel like, and that's not the kid's fault. That's not at all what I'm saying. And again, this is the population that I serve as a provider. It's also the population I served as an educator. So that has nothing to do with the kids. But my point is, you're literally purposely putting these children in a position to have different ailments. So now you got 3 kids that have had diagnoses, probably due to your genetics. Actually, 4, because the one daughter that he's got with Mariah Carey, she has a vision issue. One of the twins, so he has 2 sets of twins. The twins he has with Mariah Carey, the little girl's been wearing glasses since she was like in diapers.
Right.
Because she has a visual impairment. He has twins with a different woman that are autistic. And then the baby that died that had the brain cancer tumor. And I'm promising you that of all 12 kids, somebody's going to probably have lupus because it's genetic. It's not, it's not wishing anything on anybody. It's not being negative. It's being realistic. If I know I have something, heart disease, congenital heart disease, congenital kidney failure, congenital meaning you were born with it. It wasn't caused by a lifestyle. Cancer, breast cancer, because breast cancer travels in families. Something that I know can possibly be handed down to my children. I'm not going to keep having children and risk them either having to get mastectomies in their 20s or ending up with breast cancer. You know what I mean? That's my point. But and then these women are just willingly doing it. And it's just crazy to me. It's absolutely insane. But like I said, I think he's regretting his decision. Cam, not so much. Not so much. But I'm curious to know in the chat before we go, because I don't think Blue's coming back. He's been doing some shooting this weekend. And he got pulled away to shoot again while he was here. I'm curious to know in the chat if anybody knows anyone personally that they think. Now, we're not talking about Tamika from around the way that every time she get a new boyfriend, she have a baby for him. I don't think that's a breeding kink. I think
let me read the definition again.
Okay, yes, let's read the definition again of a breeding kink. Can we put it up on the screen or?
Sure.
We got to be clear. So while we put it up on the screen, think about it. We're not talking about the woman that are emotionally dependent and feels like every boyfriend she has to have a baby for. That's not who we're talking about. We're talking about people that actually are fascinated by having babies, getting people pregnant, that just have babies for sport. because they like to collect them, or like just the idea of, okay, so a breeding kink is a type of
ejaculation fetish, which eroticizes unprotected sex and ejaculating into your partner's vagina or anus with their enthusiastic consent.
consent.
Explains Gigi Engel, because both people have to be part of this. Certified sex and relationship. For male and female couples, you are turned on by the idea of becoming pregnant or making your partner pregnant.
Emphasis on the word idea, as people with a breeding kink are not actually trying to get pregnant. Still, the kink exists among it also, meaning it also exists among queer couples or people who cannot get pregnant.
It's the idea of it.
Just the idea of it. But then when it happens, they're like, okay, cool. That's cool too. I think Elon. Okay, so let's qualify another category then. So we qualified the category of unmarried men that go around populating different households. We have the category of married men or monogamous men that just populate their one household under the same kink. And then you got the people who populate through surrogacy. I think it's all the same, because the overarching theme is just the idea of getting somebody pregnant. It's not the how. It doesn't matter the vehicle that the sperm is traveling through. It's just the destination that is the kink. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So in vitro counts too, because remember Octomom.
I forgot about her.
Remember?
Wow.
She was a single mom, and she purposely let those people impregnate her with 8 babies. And then the guy, I think he got his license snatched.
Yeah, I was going to say the doctor, he got
also, if memory serves, it set a precedent for doctors not being allowed. It did in California, because we'll talk about that offline, Pam. But it's part of the original conversation we had offline.
Right.
There's a law now in California where you cannot have more than 2 babies in vitro at one time.
Mm-hmm.
They're not allowed to impregnate you with more than, I don't even think they can do twins anymore. I'll look it up. But twins are the absolute max.
Yeah.
That they will allow you can in vitro. So you know how sometimes when they do in vitro, just by default, you have multiples. They're not allowed to insert all of them, so that you end up like Octomom with 6, 7, 8, 9 babies coming out.
Because it's unethical.
It's unethical and it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. I'm surprised she survived that. I barely survived the one each time. And the Lord knew, because when I tell you I was only in labor for 2 hours each child, the first one flew out. The second one, she took a little more elbow grease. But I wasn't in active labor where I could feel it for more than 2 hours each.
So let me read this. It says here, the transfer of a euphoid embryo should be limited to 1 regardless of patient's age. But this is just from the American Society for Reproductive Medicine. So they said that the exceptions that they make is like if the older that the woman is, they will let you, but they won't allow you to do more than 3. So you're only allowed up to 3 implant if you're older. So if you're someone older like ourselves, they will allow for 3, understanding that you may lose
not
2.
Able to do it again. Right, that too. Because a lot of times they don't all stick, as I said. 1 barely sticks. So they put in all 3 and see which ones survive. A lot of times they all survive, but sometimes only 1 or none. Yeah. So right. But she was the one that set that precedent. And I think California is even stricter than that now. So Octomom definitely had a breeding kink.
Yeah.
So I don't think it has anything to do with how you get pregnant. It's more of the why you want to, or why you're fascinated with the idea of having that many children. whether it be at one time or every year or every other year or whatever.
And she didn't even have a job. That was the thing. How did she afford it?
She was on welfare. Remember? Remember? They had a whole reality show about her.
Because you remember, but I was just saying, how did she pay this doctor to do this? You know, it's just my mind is now starting to wonder because I was like, I remember she didn't.
Because I know her parents were not broke. They're Middle Eastern. She was Middle Eastern descent.
Yeah, because she had all. I remember had all those kids should be teenagers. Or should be,
oh yeah, they're grown, but they got to be at least 20, 21. The house that she lived in belonged to her parents, so I do know that it was a relatively big house, probably 4 or 5 bedrooms. I do remember the house belonging to her parents. I do remember her living with her parents while she was pregnant. And I do remember her being on welfare. And then when they hit about 5 or 6, she became a stripper. I do remember all that. But yeah, they got to be grown now. Yeah, those Octomom kids, they have to be probably about 20, 21. Because that was in the early 2000s, right? Yeah, her name was Nadia Suleiman.
Are they 14? No.
No, they got to be older than that because she's almost 50.
In addition to her octuplets, she's mom to 6
14 kids. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, so she has 14 kids total. So that's definitely a fetish.
Yeah,
they were in 2009.
2023 were 14, so they're probably 15 now because she has 6 older children, 21-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 29-year-old.
She's 49. She's older than me, so
17 and 2 twins that are 13. So she had children after.
Yeah, I don't know how though. I didn't research that, but I just remember that 8 that catapulted her into celebrity status, and then the John and Kate plus 8 people, and then I don't know if they were a breeding fetish. I think they were.
They just have. Yeah, they had. Did she have those babies in vitro, or did she just? Yeah,
she was one of those cases where they didn't die off.
Yeah, they just.
Nadia was on purpose. Nadia purposely wanted those 8 babies. John and Kate were infertile, and they did in vitro
because they had quintuplets, right? They had 5 because they had They had 2 older children. They were twins, right? They had twins, and then they had 5.
And then they had 6. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think both of them were in vitro, and I guess they expected, like the first set, that most of them would end up self-absorbing,
whatever. Yeah. I don't know if they would be. I don't know if they would be considered. They just had a lot of kids.
Yeah, that was just an IVF mishap. I don't want to call it a mishap because all babies are supposed to be here if they survive. But IVF typically, just scientifically speaking, all of them don't survive. You're going to lose a few because that's why they put so many in to see which ones will stick. And usually you'll end up with twins or triplets, but not 5 and 6 at a time. And it just so happened that they had 5 or 6 at a time.
Because I think one of those, if I'm not mistaken, they put in so many, and then to the set they multiplied or something happened. Because don't they have like two of the 6 are like identical twins?
I think so. It's
something like that. It was just
way over my pay grade.
It was
because science ain't my thing. I mean, I understand it, but I'm not particularly interested in it. And I'm just like, oh yeah, this is a lot.
Yeah, because I remember that when the show came on, I remember them talking about they had one, they were expecting this many, and then they had this, one of the eggs one of the
because that happens too, because that's how twins are created, right?
Yeah, it's split. So they had all of these kids,
and then you have extra kids. So that could have happened too. They might have put in 3 and 6 came out, because they ended up turning into twins. Right. Yeah. It's possible. I don't know, because I feel like the whole point in the kink is that it's consensual.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't call it trapping. Because, and I even in non-kink situations, I hate when women, unless it's rape or incest, I don't like when women say that they got trapped into having a baby. Like I said, unless it's rape or incest or some other non-consensual situation, or even where somebody purposely sabotages your birth control, that's different, because that does happen. You know,
poking holes in condoms and stuff like that. That's totally different.
Yeah, people poke holes in, I don't know if people still use diaphragms, because that's like my mom's generation. Poke holes in diaphragms. They poke holes in things. They do, you know, nefarious things to trap people. I do believe that stuff happens. Same thing with women, poking holes in condoms. You know, when the condom is used, they hurry up and take the condom and throw it in the freezer so they can turkey baste the juice later. You know, stuff like that happens. So I'm not talking about those situations.
Because way back in the day, you know, before they weren't putting all that minoxidil, because people used to have those lambskin condoms. They weren't
minoxidil, spermicide
that you could put in there, but it wasn't coming with it in there.
Right. Because they used to actually have condoms with that in it too, or on it, or whatever. I'm not talking about those situations. I'm talking about consensual. Me and you agreed to have sex. Me and you agreed not to use any kind of protection. Whether or not we were in a good relationship or not, we chose to do this, knowing that it could possibly result in a third human being in the equation. And then dude bounces, and then you try to say he trapped you. No, you can't play that card, because only one of us can walk away pregnant, and it's not him.
Yeah.
So
I love kids, and I always want to have children and everything like that.
I don't give a damn loving what you want. If you're not putting the ring on it, and if we ain't walking down the aisle, because I don't even want the ring. I want the actual wedding or reception, whatever is going to solidify this thing. Because a lot of people will get a ring and then decide, okay, well, now I can bust out. Nope, you cannot. Because a ring, you still single with a ring. It's not until you say those vows, sign that license, and get everything signed, sealed, and delivered that you are married. So that being said, I don't, because that's another thing. Oh, well, he told me this, he told me that. Okay, and that was not a green light for you to go get pregnant by somebody that you wasn't 100% sure about. You know, so I don't believe in
dating, courting, engagement, marriage,
period. And then we'll have the babies. No, a marriage is not a guarantee. Absolutely not. But it justifies bringing other people into the world that have to be taken care of and nurtured and everything else.
Because children thrive, making sure that people are you all have your high functioning. Might be some of y'all medium functioning out there.
Medium functioning folk out here. And I mean, again, everybody has their stuff. You know, I got a bad burn here. Don't mind me. Another one to add to the collection. So I'm definitely getting that tattoo extended, because I cook a lot and I also burn myself a lot. It's just part of the process for me. But this was pancakes. You know, there's a level of responsibility with having children, you know, and a lot of people, and again, this speaks to society as a whole, where it's not seen as a privilege anymore. It's just something that people do. You know, it's just like, oh, that's not oh, she's pregnant. Oh, big deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not, and it is a big deal. I mean, I did not enjoy being pregnant at all, but I planned it. It happened. It didn't happen when I wanted it to happen, but I wanted it to happen. Like we both wanted it to happen. So that's what I mean about planning it. And I knew that once I had these children, I was giving them my all. You know, I was giving them everything that I had to make sure they turned out to be beautiful human beings. You know what I mean? And that's what I mean by it's a responsibility. It's not just something that you do. So if you can't handle that, by all means, don't have any children. You know, and of course, 20/20 hindsight, because a lot of people start really, really young. And so they don't even have that opportunity to think, to think about it or, consider all of that. And again,
that's why, empty nesters, that's why when empty nesters hit, especially if you've gotten married like in 1920 and you become an empty nester at 41, a lot of those marriages, and it's just statistically, those marriages don't last long because of the fact that y'all got married so early, and your tightening bond was the fact that y'all were having children. You had a child, y'all got married, or how she described it, that passion.
You're absolutely right, because I'm literally that person. I got married in my 20s. I compare us to Beyonce and Jay-Z. My husband is significantly older than me. So I'm saying that to say that's reality. I'm not in that position, but I have one that just turned 20 on the 3rd. She's at pharmacy school, and I have one that's 16 and a half. She'll be gone in a year and a half. You know what I mean? That can very well be me in 18 months. I don't think it will, but I totally get what you're saying. I can totally see how that happens. I got pregnant 6 months into us being married. So I can't even tell you. And it wasn't on purpose. It was on purpose in the sense that we didn't try to prevent it from happening. Right. But it wasn't planned that way. Like I said, I found out at the fertility clinic that I was pregnant. So I didn't think it would happen that quickly. But our first anniversary, I was like 7 months pregnant. So I didn't have time to, I guess, we were just parents almost from day one. Right. You know what I mean? And then he also has a daughter that's currently 30. She'll be 32. So when we when we got together, she was 8 or 9. And so I was, helping him with her, kind of, sort of, because I wasn't old enough to be anybody's mom at that point. But, so I was always in mom mode.
Right.
I was always I've been in mom mode since my early 20s. So I get what you're saying. I don't know. I don't know. I don't see that happening. I hope that doesn't happen. Yeah. But I can see how that happens, because my entire life so far has been somebody's mom.
And you think about that, because some people get panicked about that, and that's why you start seeing. We'll be saying like, I can't believe, because I know I saw some video of this 57-year-old woman crying because she's pregnant, and I think the last child she had was like, it's 20 some years ago. But there are some women that get to a certain age, they become, right before they become empty nesters, they have another baby.
Okay, so that was me too. I'm being transparent here, because this is if we do more of these episodes, I want to be transparent without revealing too much. I'm gonna reveal enough just to make it relatable and realistic. That was me too. So I'll get to this question later because it's distracting me. Full transparency. I just had an IUD put back in right after my birthday in April. I took it out around this time last year with the intention of having another kid. Literally what happened. It's like you're literally watching my life. You're literally watching my life. In September of 2023, I took out my IUD and I said, I'm going to give it 6 months. If I don't get pregnant, then it's not meant to be.
It depends on which one did you have. Did you have the Mirena or did you have the copper one?
The one I took out in September of 2023, I had Paragard. That's the copper one. Non-hormonal. Your cycle comes normal like every month. Everything's normal. Because my body is still functioning at my age like I'm 25. Everything works like it's supposed to. Cycles exactly the way it's always been. Nothing changed. So I was like, okay, cool. So I could probably just bust out one more, maybe 2, because my husband's a twin, and be done, right? My now 16-year-old was excited. She's like, oh, I've never been around a newborn before. I'm gonna be a great big sister. I'm like, she was geeking me up. So I was like, we're gonna do this. I was like, we're gonna do this. My youngest is I keep telling you, my youngest one is, I call her grandma. She's very nurturing. She's going to be a wonderful mom. I know this. I actually pray that if that's what she wants, she has as many kids as God allows, because she's going to be a wonderful mom. she is so nurturing and loving and caring. And so she had me geeked up because I was like, well, look, I know this one gonna have my back. She's gonna be helping me. She's gonna be doing this. The baby cries, she's gonna get up, she's gonna help me. I'm like, good. My husband's real good. He was always hands-on. So I was like, I got two hands-on people. This is gonna be great. So I was ready to go. Took it out, whatever. It didn't happen. So I was like, this might be a sign I need to just chill. I need to relax. Because as the months went by, I started having second thoughts. And then I was like, nope, we ain't going to do this. Because I said it'd be just my luck. Now that I kind of sort of changed my mind, that it's going to happen. So I put the Mirena in this April that just passed. I put the Mirena in. And so that's it. The shop is closed. But I get what you're saying. That I told you what you're saying is exactly what I went through. Because I was afraid of not being a mom.
Right.
I missed having small children that needed me. That, like I said, this one will be grown in 18 months. And then that's it. I don't have anybody else to take care of or be a mom to. I've been somebody's mom since like 22, 20. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Pretty much a whole part of your life.
Yeah, that's been my whole life. Of course, me and my husband, we have a good relationship. We're best friends. Right. But she said, borrow a kid. I am borrowing no kid over the age of 3. So sorry.
Listen.
That on it, Blue. Are we talking about me trying to have a kid 6 months ago and everything else? People through breeding predators.
I heard something about a Mirena.
Yeah. I ain't got no breeding fetish. Just lock down. Lock down. Breeding fetish could be hiding.
Did you see the clip, Blue?
That is be a reality, definitely.
Did you see the clip? I said, did you see the clip of Cam Newton and Dr. Bryant?
Okay. I watched the whole thing before.
Okay. Give us your perspective of what you saw.
Yeah, I watched.
Because we're talking about breeding, we were talking about breeding kinks, and I'll go over the definition just so that you'll know what we're talking about. It's a breeding kink is a type of ejaculation fetish which eroticizes unprotected sex and ejaculation into your partner's vagina or anus with their enthusiastic consent. For male and female couples, you are turned on by the idea of becoming pregnant or making your partner pregnant.
How many kids do you have?
Okay, so it's 2. Me, I got 3.
Okay. So that's not really a kink. He just, had 3. Okay.
No, I don't have no. Yeah, no kink for me. I'm not having. Nah. No. But that's what I'm saying. That's weird. Okay, so the kink on his side would be just ejaculating into women
with the prospect of them getting pregnant. That's the key.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So with and then
for her, it's the same thing. Ooh, to see if we can get pregnant. It has to be for the couple for the kink to be considered a kink. Both of you all have to be active participants in it.
Right. You both have to
got
that outcome. So that
is there a safe word?
Huh?
Is there a safe word?
Is there a safe word?
I don't know.
I don't know. No nut? I don't know.
Maybe bananas or something. I don't know.
Okay, but what bananas? You want to know my perspective on that? I think at first, Cam, what she said was right. Like if you watch the whole interview, the dialogue, and I think it was a lot of mature dialogue that actually probably more men and women should sit down and talk about when it comes to things like that. And I think he was at first. I ain't gonna say at first. I think he was receptive, right? At first, he was listening. He was in his way, anyway, in his way. And she wasn't nasty. She wasn't vindictive or what's the word I'm looking for?
Condescending,
yeah.
Yeah, condescending or belittling. She didn't make him, you know what I'm saying? Well, at least from what I feel, she wasn't trying to make him feel small. She was just trying to, hey, let's take a step back and let's look at what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, if you watch the interview, she talks about women too. You know what I'm saying? And the things that go on with women on their side of things. But the main clip that floated around, I think is spot on the money, man. You just because you have money, and I spoke about this when I came on here before. Just because you got money, don't mean that you should just be out here just breeding kids or just having kids just because you can. Because it's more going into it than just I got money and I can take care of my kids. Like Nick, we speak about Nick Cannon a lot. And even Pam had to, talk about the meme with the TVs and he got to watch his kids through the internet and stuff like that. That's crazy. That's you know what I'm saying? Like, I know the whole, go forth, be fruitful and all, you know what I'm saying? But you still need to.
But see, his intent, this is the council culture thing for Nick Cannon too, where he's crying every episode about having all those kids. But no, because the intent was not that, Blue. His intent is not be fruitful and multiply, because then he would have did that with one woman willing to do it.
I agree.
He made it clear that he was trying to have a whole bunch of kids because he thought he wasn't going to live long, which is totally contradictory, because if you're going to die, why would you want to leave a bunch of kids behind? But he also touched on that and started crying again about that, where he said he almost died 3 times in the last decade.
Yeah, he got lupus, right?
Yeah, he has lupus, and and like I said, you rarely make it into your 50s with that if it's not, because you can't control it. You cannot control what organs it's going to attack. You can't control whether it's going to go in remission and stay in remission. It's not a disease that you can control, like diabetes or high blood pressure. It's a wild card. You know what I mean? And so he said he's a celebrity with top-notch medical care and almost died 3 times. So imagine what's happening with normal people like us. Like I was telling Pam, my cousin died a year ago at 39, 10 days before her 40th birthday from lupus, with regular poor people health care. So if he almost died 3 times with I can pay out of pocket health care, imagine what's happening to the rest of us.
Yeah. But back to Cam, I don't think he looked at it the way that she presented it to him. You know what I'm saying? Now, what I didn't like is when he clipped it up and he came back and said the 40-year-old single woman, whatever. Like, I thought that was like,
that was
you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. She didn't disrespect you. Why are you disrespecting her? You know what I'm saying? She wasn't like, I'm finna pull your card and call you on your bullshit. She just let you know, hey, this is what you out here doing. Now, it wasn't no, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't no, I'm trying to make you look bad, Cam. This is just what you out here doing. And like I said, just because you got
that was his ego.
Yeah.
And that's why he breathes the way he does, because his egos. Remember, you weren't here when we played that part, Blue. But Pam made a good point. How we knew it was a kink was when he said, I just want them to come. I just want them to come. Like, they just going to rain out of all of these coochies. They're just going to fall out of infinite number of coochies, and he's just going to have all these kids. That's how you know it's a kink, because we likened it to having a craving to a food that you really like. Reaction, like when you think about it, you just get chills up your spine. That's like how he was looking, like, oh my God, like I just want them to rain down on me. Like,
that's crazy.
He had and one of the things that mentioned, because I watched most of it, but one of the things he mentioned that was to me, it was like, when he was talking about his he had an issue, and I think the way why he was talking about you being single and all that, he had an issue with the broken home. And the analogy that she put about you having difference between having a house, you have 2 houses full of children, and then you have a home with this other one. And I had talked about that half and half show that I used to watch. And
with Essence Atkins and
where Didi had Didi had a home. She grew up with her father, and Mona was over here. She was just in a house, but she didn't have her dad. And how differently, they were interacting as 6 sisters, trying to work out how to interact with sisters. But you did see that tension in the children. I say, because the parents don't realize all of this stuff is going on. The best people who are going to be able to tell us about how they're feeling about it are going to be his children.
Right.
Yep.
And you saw with Mona how she had a disdain, it was a jealousy
Yeah, and that's
of Dee Dee, because Dee Dee would get whatever she wanted, where Mona had to almost, nobody was being nasty, nobody was being mean, but you did see that anytime Mona wanted something, if Dee Dee wanted the same thing, Dee Dee got it over Mona, and Mona could never.
Right.
She was the older sister,
and all she had to do was whine and be,
Yeah, I brought that up earlier. Just the kids, they have resentment towards their siblings and their parents when it comes to certain situations like that. So yeah, that's why what Cam is doing is a real selfish. You know what I'm saying? That's like a real selfish move. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. Like that's I'm gonna just go out here and have and going back to what you had said earlier. The women who just allow it, that's selfish too. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not
even allowing it, because they're there for the bag. They wouldn't allow you to do that, Blue.
right?
I don't know if you've seen me lately, but
no, you know what I mean. No, I mean I'm talking about because you're not famous.
You're not famous.
Right.
You're not worth
$55 million.
Right.
Yeah.
You're not worth $50 million, so they wouldn't allow you to do that.
But that's crazy. The self, you know what I'm saying, not having the dignity of
Your sound went out. I can't hear you. We can't hear you.
He took it. He's gonna have to.
I mean that I need to. I'm here. My phone rang.
Oh.
Okay.
That don't necessarily mean that just because this person got the bag that you need to just be busting it wide open and doing anything for that person.
Listen, I told my daughter the other day, let Nick Cannon knock up. No, not Nick, because his sperm is bad. Because I'm old and he got bad sperm. That's a bad combination. Let Cam Newton knock on my door. Me and my husband gonna have to make a deal.
Make a deal.
You got Tyrese paying one chick $60,000 a month. We gonna have to work this one out.
Hey.
I'm being facetious, but I'm like,
I know.
You willing? I'm able. Look, I can take this Miranda out myself.
You are wild now.
I can get my husband to take it out. Just give me the time.
That's why.
Look,
No, I mean, it's just crazy because, like you said, one after the other, and then when he's not the man that you thought he was gonna be, or he moves on to the next one. Now you want, this crazy amount of child support and try to act like he was the worst thing in the world. And it's like, no, Cam was Cam when he showed, when he came to you. I'm pretty sure Cam ain't.
Tyrese was Tyrese. Tyrese been wilding out for years. So you thought getting pregnant by him was going to end well? Same thing with Marlon Wayans. He was with that lady 20 years, never married. I had 2 kids.
Mm-hmm.
And
Marlon.
He got a toddler.
Marlon said the only woman that's what did he say, his mama or something like that. If you ain't his mama, then you ain't even got to worry about getting married to him, because he's more worried about his mama than any other woman in the world.
Which is crazy to me, because he's the youngest child. All 900 of them other siblings didn't have that problem. And he blaming his mother on why he didn't marry that first lady that to this day he still regrets not marrying. And then turns around at 50 years old, has a baby with a 30-something-year-old woman, didn't work out, and now he crying over child support. So he's going to be paying child support till he's 70, assuming he even lived that long. And crying about child support. So my point in saying that is, you see these dudes' track records, and you thought you were going to be different. So now that it's not different, you want to hit them over the head with child support. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild to me.
Yeah, that's nasty work. But that's how it goes. So I don't really feel sorry for them, because I'm kind of like, you're a celebrity. You're a high-profile person.
Yeah.
You should guard your baby better, like that shit is liquid gold. You should not be out here eating over here and these chicks that you have no intention on marrying, or that have given you indication that it might not be a marryable situation.
Did y'all used to watch what was the show with Derwin and What's the girlfriend? What was it?
Game?
The football one.
The game. Yeah, the game.
Yeah.
Y'all remember when she stole his baby back?
Yeah. I was just telling her about that lady that I know that was turkey basted. She would steal it, freeze it, and get pregnant.
That's crazy.
Don't forget to hit the like button. We got 98 across 101 across all platforms. Make sure you
get them likes up. Get them likes up.
Yeah, get them up. Blue, you simulcasting to yours too or no?
Nah, because I'm on my phone. So
yeah. But please like, share, watch on the replay. I know this is a long one. This is our first episode. Blue came back, so we got to give him his time. I'm gonna try to learn how to mark these videos so that y'all could at least fast forward to the good parts. I need to learn how to do that. I don't know how or if I can do that during the
YouTube gives you a transcript. You can read through the transcript and then I think it actually gives you a transcript with time stamps on it through the time. Okay. I think.
And then I can label them.
Yep.
Okay, good, because this one's a long one. This is our first episode, though, so please be patient with us. We would like to do this more often. Unfortunately, it would have been shorter if Blue was here the whole time.
Yeah, I apologize, y'all. I apologize.
He had to work, and it was kind of last minute today.
You can't get mad at a working man now.
I ain't mad at no broke man, like Cam Newton said. Y'all broke niggas. Y'all don't get no women. Y'all don't get no wives, according to him. But I don't know.
He didn't review he didn't even defer to his own degree because sociology is about statistics and studies and stuff like that too. And he acting like he don't know that people who don't make a lot of money, according to him, get married.
Right, because we found out that he does have a degree in sociology. But
no, that's the thing. Cam is not stupid. Cam ain't dumb.
Well, he was stupid this time because he ain't know nothing about demographics, median income, who actually is married versus who's not, household composition.
But see, that's being ignorant. That's being ignorant. That ain't being dumb. He's ignorant.
Yeah, he's
ignoring the fact. He know what's up. Saying stuff like that, it sounds good for the podcast, but
I would reclassify him. He's not ignorant. He's stupid. Because stupid is you know better, but choose not to use the knowledge that you have. Right. He's being stupid because he thought, and there's a little arrogance in there only because he thought he was going to be smarter than what she was. He didn't understand that because again, he feels like he's the smartest man in the room. It's his podcast.
He usually is.
Yeah.
The bedroom and that room where he's smoking the cigar and killing our lungs.
Yeah, because that aesthetic to him makes him appear to be, smart. Because that reminds me, like my father and the friends and stuff like that. They'd sit around, drink some cognac, have a cigar, and sit around and talk about little different things like that. That aesthetic gives you the air of that you know what you're talking about. But you're talking about men that had life experiences, been to wars and stuff like that. So they're talking about the information they have. But when you start trying to talk about statistics and stuff like that with someone who has a doctorate degree in that kind of stuff, right? I wouldn't have no. Mm-mm.
Well, look, I don't take Cam as being a worldly person. You can be you can travel and stuff like that, but that still don't make you worldly. You know what I'm saying? So when you're inside your bubble of being a rich nigga as he is, you don't know what's really going on out here in the world because you're in your bubble. So every time you go to the club, you're in the VIP, you ain't not doing the dance floor with us common folks.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
and he
you don't know what's really going on.
And he dug in hard on y'all broke men, and that really kind of annoyed me because
he really called y'all broke.
Yeah, and he's talking from a place of privilege. Your parents were wealthy, you're wealthy. Who are you to determine what's considered broke?
Right.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Because his father was a football player, right?
Some kind of
athlete. His father was an athlete. He come from a 2-parent household. That's another thing too. Like you coming from a 2-parent household, and not saying that make everything fine, but most people emulate
what their
the things that what the parents do. So,
and not all 2-parent households are foolproof. There's plenty of dysfunctional 2-parent households. So
right, it is. Right. That's what I'm saying. I know just because you got 2 parents doesn't mean that. I'm just saying most of the time you have a 2-parent household, you emulate that. You want marriage. You want to, you know what I'm saying? Now, if it was some bad stuff going on in that 2-parent household, maybe not. Or even if it was, you want to do better than your daddy. You know what I'm saying? So
not worse. And that's what she said. She said, just because you did this doesn't mean your kids should do this. And that really tipped him off. He was tight. His hands was he was tight when she said that. But
how many girls does he have? As kids?
I know the first lady he had 4 with. I don't know. That's a good question. He definitely has about it at 8 though. I just don't know how many.
Cause like I got a daughter. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want some rich dude coming in, dropping babies off on my daughter, and then running out of there, and then you know what I'm saying? His answer is, well, I'm rich and I can take care of the kids from Africa. I'm off in Africa somewhere. I send you a check every month. Like, nah, dog. Like,
no, like I'm gonna need you to marry my child, or at least put her in a situation where it's a family unit type situation.
Yeah, like nah. Now them not you not working out with a person if y'all thought y'all was on y'all way to marriage, even though I don't, you know what I'm saying? If you thought that don't necessarily mean have kids, but you not working out, I take that as different. But if you going from one to the other to the other to the other, that's nasty work. And now old girl Jasmine, pretty girl too. Her mind is bad. Like what you know what I'm saying?
Her mind is bad. she got a factory recall because I'm like, she was talking now she's talking about being a servant. I'm like, wait a minute.
But like you said, that's this social media era, man, got everybody, like you said, chasing the bag and not wanting to do the work, and then get mad when you can't, when you don't keep the man or whatever. I'm like, well, you thought. Who said something about good coochie and something? What didn't y'all say that earlier? What you said? What was that, Pam?
What I said about
cooking and coochie. They think just them 3 things.
They think. Well, you talking about just because I love you and give you some coochie, then that's what.
Yeah, love and coochie. That's what you said. Love and coochie.
Cook, cuddle, and give up the coochie.
Nah,
man, enough.
It takes because that gets boring after a while. Like, what are y'all doing together? Right. What are y'all building on? What are you know what I'm saying? Do you even know anything about, you know what I'm saying, this person? Has Cam opened up to you about what, you know what I'm saying? Like, are you opening up to Cam? What's y'all communication level for real?
That's what she was talking about with the, I'm getting them mixed up too. He was getting them mixed up. I'm getting them mixed up. The high value versus high function. That's where that high functioning comes in at. Because you got this money, and for the women, you got the body, you got the sex. Half of them don't even cook anymore, so I can't even use cooking. You got the sex, you got the body, you got the cuddling. What else do you have? Do you have the conversation? Do you have the connection? Do you have the consistency of all of that?
He does have daughters.
He does.
He does.
He has daughters.
You got 8 kids. I would hope at least one of them is a girl.
Yeah.
He definitely has insecurities, Nathan, because again, that's all he was harping on. How much you have to have in order to get a woman. And he kept telling Dr. Bryant what she would not want. How are you going to tell me what I don't want and what I wouldn't settle?
Oh, and I love the fact she says, no, I was the person in the relationship, so I have the agency to know.
Right.
He kept saying that. I was like, whoops.
Yeah, like, shut up. Don't tell me what I did in my relationship with my low value man.
Yeah, because the value has everything to do with the materials and the monetary money that you have. The functioning has everything to do with how you identify out here in the world, how you relate to the world socially, psychologically, and all those things, how you function in the world. And some of us are because she did mention, she said 70% of women are low functioning, and 40% of men are low functioning out here.
Oh, absolutely. And I can vouch for that because I know 50% of that 70%. And 50% of that 50% is in my damn family. There's a lot of women. So I'm not even going to sit here and act like that's not true.
Right. Because,
I mean, I've been a woman for a good number of years. And I've seen these women. I currently see these women in action.
You love these women. I mean, these women are out here. You love these women. You and you know that they're functioning low. And like I said, a lot of that has to do with how you're being socialized. You know, you see now when you talk about older daughter syndrome, how the oldest daughter of the household had to take care of kids and all this other stuff and do all this other stuff, and how psychologically damaging that is for that oldest daughter versus you seeing some of the sons.
Right.
You look at children in their position in the family, how the babies are always, you can tell the heartbeat of the family by watching how the baby of the family interacts, because that's the child that doesn't have anything to do but to be the child. While you see the oldest child is
they're still the child. Exactly.
Yeah. Even when
I was the middle child, so
yeah.
He's like, I ain't got them issues.
Yeah. Well, they said the middle child is the most stable child.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Well, I want to tell you why. Because I got to learn. Like, I got two brothers. I got to learn from my older brother. You know what I'm saying? And then I tried to teach my younger brother, but he was being the baby, like you said, he didn't need none of that. So I had to basically just fend for myself.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why it's most. You know, I learned all the. I didn't have to necessarily make the mistakes. I just learned from them.
Because you learned them. Exactly.
Yeah. From the guinea pigs. We was the true guinea pigs, the oldest one.
Guinea pigs, yeah.
We you know, and then I heard someone say it doesn't matter. You have the same parents. Each person experiences their parents differently. And you know, because I that really rings true, because when my brother and I talk about our parents and stuff like that, he'll have experiences I don't know nothing about. I'm like, what?
Where was I? Exactly.
You know, okay.
I was there too. I didn't see that.
Yeah,
I didn't
remember that.
Right.
You gotta think. I don't think nobody really looks at it like parents get older, and as they get older, I ain't got time for this shit no more. You know what I'm saying? So that baby, I ain't got time to be dealing with. Look, because most, like I know when I was a brand new parent, it was we gotta get this brand of diapers, we gotta get this, we gotta get that. You know, we gotta do it this way. As you get older, and that second child come, that third child come, you like, nah, get some water, splash it on this. Come on, let's go. Like, it ain't all of it. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got to do all of it.
Look, you fall off the bed. That first child fall off the bed. You in the emergency room. That third one, we'll be all right.
He'll be all right. Just don't look at him. You know, if you look at him, he'll cry. Don't look at him.
Exactly. Act like you didn't see it.
Yep.
Oh, you ain't talking though. By the second one, you like family portraits. What? Ear piercing. Oh shit! I'm like 6 months late. No,
you got to do what? You was
right.
Wait, baby. Right. It was an act of Congress for me to go out on a date, child. And you went.
Right.
You was gone how long? Oh, okay.
Right.
All right. Because I remember my the funniest story my brother always talks about. He gets real mad. Is when I went to college. Now I went to college during the Stone Ages, people. But when I went to college, there was one payphone in the middle on each floor of the dorm, and your folks would call, and whoever answered the phone would put the message up on the thing and keep it moving. And I remember, I was 18, went off to college. Now, mind you, I'm only 40 miles away. I'm not even an hour away. I didn't answer. I went to a movie because they had like movie night or something. I went to the movie, and I guess my mom had called, and she had called like 4 or 5 times. She didn't know why I was out on a Wednesday night because that's when the movie was.
Yeah.
Right.
Baby, I'm telling you, early that what was it? That Thursday.
She was at the dorm.
And it was her, my dad. Because it was a girl's dorm, so my dad and my brother couldn't come up, and my brother was so pissed because he was so pissed off. He said, "I had to get up. Do you realize I had to get up at 4:00 in the morning so they could come down here and see where you were and was? I'm so sick of you." And I'm like, "What?" But then my brother be out 24 hours. You were what? You were gone where? They was knocking on my dorm door, and you was out where? Doing what?
But it's it's the difference between the male and the female. The boy and the girl. The girl can come home with an extra person. The boy don't.
No, he gonna have an extra person. He gonna have a kid and a crazy baby. He got 2 extra people. You gonna have 2 extra people. They might
You
not
know how
be
it
in
is.
your house. They're gonna be in your life forever. So,
Yeah.
I'm
Do
glad I
do
didn't.
you do you guys think that with the way the girls or just the young people act now, when it comes to like responsibilities or what, just how the interacting between, because what you said, 70% of women low functioning, right?
Yeah.
And how I'm looking at it is because if they're all messing with they all mess with the same man.
Mm-hmm.
You see, and you like you see it in Hollywood or you see it in rap. You know what I'm saying? Like in hip hop, like they all go to that same person, Future, whoever. You know what I'm saying? Like they all those women. It could be 30 women, but 3 men has been with all 30 of these women.
Mm-hmm.
You
You know
attract
what I'm saying?
you attract who you are. You attract who you are, and you are attracted to who you are. So yeah, I can see, and I can see why there would be a plethora of women gravitating to this one type or style of man until they choose to do better, learn better, and stuff like that. Yeah, I can definitely see why that is, because again, how we're socialized as women, we're always socialized to be of a service of someone. Our emotional health doesn't matter. Because, and I'm just going to just speak on from me, have been being in a social worker, what I see. I have seen children in one family, boys and girls in the family. SA happening in the family. For the girls, it's so different versus the boys. The boys look at their SA because particularly where people want to believe it or not, we get hyped up and crazed up because it's a man. But what we don't understand is that a lot of boys are being SA'd by grown women, but they look at their SA as a rite of passage. So you'll see people talking about, oh, my babysitter did this, and oh, my, the teacher was this way, and oh, that stuff like that. Hence why you see when it comes to light, society is very tap on the wrist for women who do it. Look at Mary Kay Letourneau. Look at these teachers. I remember there's some teachers down in Florida that they just recently arrested. They just recently arrested for.
And they all have my certification. So I'm like, you trying to say that all of us that teach business act like molesting kids? No, we don't.
Yeah, you look in Georgia, it's the same way. And it doesn't matter racially what they are, because the woman in Georgia, she was my complexion. The point is, people look at those things as a rites of passage, and we raise women to believe that your consequences are not going to be great because of the fact that we look at you as the lesser vessel. So it's not going to mean that much when you see men who are SA'd by women and the havoc that they wreak.
But you want to know something? The movies actually perpetuate that.
Exactly. Society.
The MILF, that whole MILF thing.
Yes.
What do they? What's the?
Now, when I was coming up, it was Porgies. What was that? Yeah, what was that show? Porgies
movie. Yeah, the Porgies.
Yeah, that was the epitome of a lot of stuff going like that. What's the name of that movie that Dustin Hoffman was with?
Miss Robinson, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that. All of these things that people think that's okay. But now let me backtrack to the girls. When girls have these issues, we treat them as if all of a sudden, for some reason, we treat them as quasi-adults. You out here being fast. You're out here being all of this stuff. You're out here doing all of these things. It's a totally different thing. And if they find out it's a man, baby, it depends on where that man standing is in society. Now, hear me and hear me well, because there's a lot of us that have men folk in our family that are preying on girls.
Mhm.
But if he is Big Mama's favorite, if he is Muddy's favorite, if he is Auntie such and such favorite, in his position in the family, his position in the society, he will get a pass until he can't get a pass. This is why you see R. Kelly now only sitting in jail like he's sitting in the jail. This is why you see a lot of these male teachers who have been having sex and coming in here with the kids and stuff like that. Because until whoever that person is deems it to be a problem, it's not. But girls go through, and then girls are like, okay, you've done that. Now you're a quasi adult. We don't care nothing about your feelings. We don't care nothing about your thing. And I was telling Dani, this is where girls, when you talk about girls being in detention and stuff like that, people look at people being defiant as guys punching and fighting each other. Because when you see two guys fighting and everything like that, there's a defiant situation. But you don't look at women when you manipulate, because I was telling her about the voice. See, you can sit up here and talk, but as soon as I sit here and say, hey, you know, I don't think that I didn't do anything. It wasn't. When my voice changes as a woman, and if I roll my eyes, if I suck my teeth, if I click my neck or whatever it is, we don't look at those things as being defiant, because it's not anybody fighting or anything like that. And also too, the more smaller the woman, the lesser people think that this woman is a threat. But honey, this woman can be just as manipulating and diabolical as anybody can be.
Those are the ones I said earlier. I think before you came on.
Pretty privilege.
And petite privilege. I don't trust them little bitches. And I have yet to be proven wrong.
Yeah, you can look here in society now. Because if I come up, let me do this. If I come up here and tell you that I was raped, and then we're just gonna look at Dani being lighter skinned than I am, and if Dani told you she was being raped, you would believe Dani more than you would believe me. Right. And this is the problem that we had with, and I'm gonna say
we'll go down a step. Regardless, well, they'd have to be probably lighter or comparable and small.
Right.
They would believe her before the two of us, because we too
before
big
the two of us.
And
this is where I'm gonna, this is where, as they say on TikTok, this is where I'm about to land my plane. This is why
land that plane.
This is why when you look at what happened with Bill Cosby, how no one would believe that Bill Cosby messed with those women, because those women, as far as society is concerned, they look like foot, they look like heel, and they look like toe.
And that one that he got convicted on looked like
those are the women. Those are the women that we preyed on. But they didn't believe anything until the pretty woman said something about it. What was her name? The model, Beverly.
You know what? Yeah. The first.
The black lady that was the model.
Yeah, the first black supermodel. I can't think of her name right now.
I can't think of her name. But when she talked about going over to the house, because they had standing, they had stuff, and then she felt a little woozy, and he threw her back in the car and all this other stuff. She was trying to get to the car of the driver, and she said the only thing that she said, thank God for that driver who had, because the state that I was in, he could have been the one to take advantage, but he made sure I got home. He made sure I got to the door, opened the door, and he told me close the door and lock it. So all I'm saying is that there is that the manipulation that some of us we can do as women needs to be talked about as well. When I'm talking about SA and how things pan out, we'll just say, you were being fast.
DD, all of it.
Thank you, Beverly Johnson.
Beverly Johnson. I think things like that need to be studied a little bit more. But it's probably more of a societal issue than a psychological, pathological issue, because until society changes how they look, how they view men and women, which I don't think that's ever going to change, because it's been like that since the beginning. You know what I'm saying?
Forever, yeah. It's got to be a huge paradigm shift for that.
Right. So I don't think we'll ever get to the point to where the petite, like you said, a petite woman or the fairer woman is not believed over the darker skin, complexion. And I mean, it's like that with men. Me growing up being dark, I was tall, bigger than all the kids and stuff like that. Was still a kid. I was still, 10, 11 years old.
You were considered a threat.
Right. Looked at like I was a grown man. So I totally understand how that works out, and the manipulation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the manipulation part.
What is this woman that's coming up for parole? Because this is one of the things that I think, how certain people are believed over others. What's that woman name that said that this black man took her car and took her kids, and she was the one that rolled them down?
They got her up for parole.
Oh, the one that was what was that? Kentucky, Tennessee? She went over the bridge.
North Carolina. Susan Smith.
Yeah, she went over the bridge and blamed it on a black man that never existed. Yeah,
she rolled the minivan into the river.
Yeah, and But you see how society does that. There's particular women that they want to believe. Just like you have women that'll cry, particularly with some of these athletes, that will cry rape.
Right.
And because, particularly because that's why I say, y'all get up here and you get these situations. Y'all don't need to be trying to be with these women until you get to settled and stuff like that, because you get caught up it real quick. And what's that guy? What's the young man, Bryant, whatever his name was? You remember how the woman said that he raped her, and then she came back and they caught her on tape talking about, no, that wasn't true.
Oh yeah, that wasn't true. Yeah.
And he spent
I forgot his name. Yeah.
6-7 years and 6-7 years in jail. But it's just when society makes it when we understand that both sexes can be manipulative and understand they can be manipulative in their own right, that we gotta get better. But you had made a mention about the young people. Well, the difference between older people and young people, we grew up having to do so much for ourselves as children. We messed around and we did too much for our kids. So now these kids don't have, I'm just going to say, survival skills to do a lot of different things. Because I see kids, and I'm not calling them kids, but I see young adults, 24, 25 years old, will call their mama about a medical appointment.
Right.
What
all the kids now is basically silver spoon kids now. I don't care if they from the hood or if they come up in good, you know what I'm saying? They all got the same mindset. Like you said, you can't even make a doctor's appointment. You don't know how to talk to people. You can't negotiate your way.
They don't know how to address a letter. They don't know how to write a check.
They don't write in cursive anymore.
Half of them don't even know how to write cursive. It's crazy.
And I also think it's kids spend majority of their time in school anyway. So when you have the whole all the kids with the mental health issues now, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't think anxiety changed from when I was in school to now. It's just how it's being dealt with and coped. The kids don't know how, they have no problem solving skills. They don't know how to fix. So they can identify a problem, but then it becomes a crutch. So now they just use it. Oh, I got anxiety. So, you know what I'm saying? Who ain't got anxiety? You know?
Right. But that's where
that doesn't stop life, because those of us who suffer from anxiety,
the inability to solve problems, like if you can solve a problem, that eliminates a lot of your anxiety right there.
A lot of it.
Thinking skills kick in, and you're like, okay, this is what I got to do for this, for this, for this. With them, it's just they crash and burn. Like they
I'm
people
depressed.
have made
why are you
failure
depressed?
a bad word. People have made failure a bad word. People don't want to fail. Either they have to do it perfectly or do it right, or they're not gonna even try.
Yeah.
And it's
existing.
It's the disability Olympics for me. Like, oh, you got anxiety? Well, I got depression. Well, I got this. I got that. Or, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what I see why ain't no what you said, low functioning people. You know, because y'all don't know how to. That's not a badge of honor. They treat those things like a badge of honor.
And that's what it is. It's also the oppression Olympics. Now we're not again, to be clear, we're not making light of legitimate mental
no. Not at all. Not at all.
I have anxiety to an extent, but it's not to where I crash and burn and I just completely just can't function. Some people do. For my anxiety, I'm always in overdrive trying to prevent fires because I'm all about preventative maintenance. So I'm always playing whack-a-mole. So that's my anxiety is of the fear of something not getting done or, falling through the cracks. And then when I get totally overwhelmed, I just go take a damn nap. But so we're not making light of that at all. So anybody watching that legitimately has been diagnosed with any of those disabilities, we get it. Because again, you know, we're here for our little therapy session every episode too. But what Blue is saying, and I can vouch for this as a licensed and certified K-12 educator, that it gets to a point where rather you take accountability, rather than you taking accountability for your behavior, your inability or unwillingness to solve certain issues, you're going to self-diagnose.
Yep.
You're going to, oh, well, it was my anxiety that caused me to sit there and keep flipping that bottle on the desk when I told you to stop 900 damn times.
Right.
So I snatched it. You know what I mean? Oh, that was my anxiety. Oh, that was my depression that made me curse you and throw the eraser at you. Oh no, that's going to be you catching a case because I don't play those games. You know what I mean? So it's a fine. There's a fine line between having an actual diagnosis and using it as an excuse for poor behavior. And my brother is one such person. He's a horrible person. Let my mother tell it. He's the second coming of Jesus, and he got every excuse in the book to behave the way he behaves. But he's not a good person. He's not a nice person. He's very mean-spirited, very spiteful, very vindictive. And he tries to use his mental health as an excuse whenever, you know, he gets called out on it. You're in your 40s,
he had to face consequences.
You're in your 40s with 2 grandkids and 4 kids. So this ain't no, you know, you can't keep cherry picking an ailment whenever you get called out on your bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I totally get it. But you want to cherry pick the ailment, but you don't want to fix the ailment.
There you go. And I guess that's my issue. Like, they're good at identifying their problem, but they never want to
fix it. Right. You don't want to fix it. And you take pride in denying
having a problem. Oh, I got anxiety.
Was doing. Oh, yeah, I don't take my medication because it stifles my creativity. That's not something to be proud of because you're making everyone miserable.
And you know, I think
watch this unwillingly.
And you know, I think about how, you know, again, you know, you have to go through, because every generation learns a little bit more as they get older and stuff like that. And I, you know, and I'll hear somebody say that, and I was like, no, you realize there were people who were running around here, like in my mother's generation, who were legit schizophrenic, but they got up every day and went to a job. They were legit bipolar, and they got up every day to go watch. Everybody knew something wasn't right. Well, some ain't right with it. I just stay out his way. Some ain't right with it, but I just stay out his way. But they would get up and legitimately go down. They had no medication, no services, no nothing. And they would self-medicate. Yeah, they self-medicate with
alcohol, cigarettes.
And then the kids be like, the grandkids be like, you know.
This is about to be oddly specific.
You know, Uncle Marvin. Don't go in there with Uncle Marvin when he be.
Yeah.
There you go.
And you don't really know, but you know something not right.
Right.
And then it's like when people get grown or when they passed away, then they'll tell you, oh well, you know,
right.
he was you know,
everybody been
he had such and such and such, you know, he had shell shock, you know.
Right.
And I didn't got traumatized by this nigga for the last 20
You know,
years.
I have to tell the story about, you know, growing up with my dad. You know, my dad was in the military, but my dad, you know, there were certain things that you couldn't do around my dad. You couldn't have no loud popping noises. My dad was in Vietnam. You couldn't have loud popping noises. And my dad would just, he would go off. He would click, he'd go off. Y'all in here making all that da 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 noise. Da 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 da. And it wasn't until I was older and they was like, oh, well, yeah, you know, he was shell shocked. He was shell shocked. He had PTSD. Y'all had us sit down here. We didn't know all of this stuff.
Ducking and shit. All you have to tell us was to stop popping.
You know, it did me nervous. I was scared for, you know, here I am in the 4th of July. I am in shambles. I can't hear no pop noises or none of that because I'm like, I got that fear because, you know, you couldn't have no pop noises because, you know, my father had PTSD from the war. And here I got PTSD from being raised by somebody.
From his PTSD, right, exactly. I got smacked every 4th of July.
You know, we sitting up here, you know, don't let a car backfire, baby. That would be, I mean, it would be a good 2 and 3 hours where we would be like, you know, it just be just rambling and mumbling and cussing and fussing about something we don't even really know much about.
Right.
But just think about, and then as we go on, and so now you see people just living in because we can't say, oh, there's something wrong with you. We have to, accept you as you are.
Right.
And I don't have an issue with that, but I have an issue when you have this issue and you're not doing anything to solve this issue. All you're doing is just saying, well, I'm depressed, baby. I'm depressed too. I've been diagnosed with depression too.
I have an issue with people who say, well, you have to accept me, because I really don't have to accept. I don't, and especially if, like you just said, if you don't want to do nothing about it, because at the end of we all got to live in this world together, right? We all got to live in this world together. I know I got some shit that people might not like about me. I'm not expecting you to like that about me. Why would I? No, you should like me because no. If I'm out here, like you say, clicking out or PTSD, I'm not expecting somebody to just man, I can't stand being around Blue. Every time we play some loud music or what, why would I be like, oh, that's bullshit? You should love me anyway. Like, nah, bro, you bring the whole.
You be wilding out.
Yeah.
No.
But I do believe that they should have the wherewithal when they know that. When I know what it is to have depression. I know what it is to have anxiety. But I also know how to divorce myself from causing issues and problems. I'm not going to be the person to bring my issues and problems onto you, because I know because I had to be taught how to problem solve through my depression. I had to be taught how to problem solve through my anxiety. When I get into my anxious, like you say, you playing Mac-a-Mall. That's my biggest cue to go in there and lay down a little bit. Just lay down.
Yeah. Once I get
stop.
tired of whacking the moles, I go lay down.
Lay down.
Go
lay down.
Because I don't drink, I don't smoke, I've never smoked a day in my life, anything. So I don't have, thank God, I don't have that coping mechanism to lean on. So all I got is a nap. So once I didn't whack all the moles I'm a whack, and I'm tired, I go lay down.
Go lay down.
I go lay down. And that works for me because I wake up refreshed. I'm good. I ain't yelled at nobody. I ain't cussed nobody out. And now we continue to.
I hadn't burned a bridge. I just sit on the side of my bed because I keep my pen and paper. Okay, Pam. A, B, C, D, E. Whatever's the hardest, do it first and go from there. Because that's how that nap and that's how you learn how to do that. But some people don't want to. They want to cry and
bleed on everybody. They want everybody miserable like them. They want, and then they want you to just deal with it. That's just how I
that's wild to me.
I don't have to be here.
Cause to them it's like, oh, that sounds like I'm being fake. No, that sounds like you're being respectful of other people's spaces that you in.
And
like,
you're
you know what I mean? Like,
high functioning. You're high functioning.
Yeah.
When you can be clear about your behavior and how it's affecting other people.
Your yeses
like if
are
you know
your
you
yeses.
can't.
But being real does not mean I'm going to disrespect people.
Right.
You have to earn that. And I'm definitely not going to disrespect nobody in my household. Now, like I said, you will get this work out on the street if it's somebody and you just coming out your face acting crazy. But yeah, I'm as real. I mean, I'm who I am sitting right here is who I am. If we meet in person, it's who I am. 50 years from now, this is not a facade, a front, a fake. How I look is how I will look in person. I got a t-shirt and some sweatpants right now. I don't wear makeup. I don't do the whole, this is me. What you see is what you get. And any of you who've met me in person, know that this is it. There ain't going to be no surprises when I open the door. So personality-wise, looks-wise, behavior-wise, I'm who I am all the time. And that's my reason.
You gotta live in authenticity.
Not disrespecting people like those skits with that Dave Chappelle would do when Keeping It Real goes wrong.
Yeah.
Real, doing dumb shit just for the sake of saying I was real. But you
gotta live authentically who you are, because if you don't, you will put more stress on yourself than need be. If you know you're not that person,
you gotta keep up. You have to remember what you said. You gotta keep up with. Oh, wait, did I say that last week, or who was I last week? I ain't got time for that shit.
Because when I realized I wasn't a club person and I had friends that loved to go to the club and I would be miserable in the club, and when I realized that I didn't like the club, when I realized, hey, this is not what I like to do. Then I pulled back and started doing the things that I like to do, going to movies and stuff like that. You gravitate to a whole new crew of people. Oh, you like to go to movies? I like to go to movies too.
Right.
Cool.
You like going surfing, you like going on cruises, you like doing you
like to do
and
whatever.
that doesn't mean you abandon those friends. You just have your travel friends, you have your movie friends, you have your thrifting friends, and there's nothing wrong with that. And in the clubbing friends, you just talk to them here and there because
here and there. We don't have that in common.
Right. We don't have that in common,
But if you want to come over and play a good spades game, then hey, we good.
I can't play spades. I can't play spades. I can't. Now, mind you, I grew up in the projects in Harlem, one of the blackest places you could possibly be. Don't know how to jump double dutch. Don't know how to braid hair. Don't know how to play spades. I don't know what happened. So
I don't know how to braid hair. But I can double dutch and play spades.
Well, in my defense, I did not double dutch because I always wore glasses. I had LASIK about 15 years ago, but I had thick ass glasses. And back then, you didn't get warranties for glasses. If them shits broke, you was walking around with tape in between them. Yes, and we were poor, so it wasn't getting no new pair of glasses until the next time you could go. So that's why we didn't learn how to jump into a jump rope or play any real sports because I was always afraid of my glasses breaking. So that's why I didn't do that. I can't do like the two Dutch braids. I can do little girl hairstyles with the 2-strand twist and the bobos, but like cornrowing, extension braids, that kind of stuff, I don't know how to do. I don't know how to part well. That's not, I don't know how to do any of that.
I don't know how to do any of that. Now, I can do a mean silk press.
Now that I need to learn how to do.
I can do a mean silk press.
A mean silk press, huh?
Yes, I can do a mean silk press. I can use that. See, I'm old school. I don't know how to use the Marcells, but I do know how to use that that iron, that straightening comb. I can do a straightening comb. Dani, did you freeze?
Did she freeze?
Looked like she froze. Power. Okay, we still on. Yes. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. She said her power went out.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, Pam, the Cam Newton, I think more conversations like that need to be had. I really, I enjoy stuff like that. I hate that it's always the salacious clips that float around, you know what I'm saying? Because she said some real good stuff in that interview. Even and it goes like that with the Kevin Samuels. I don't know if you ever watched any of his stuff before he passed. It was always the salacious stuff with him. It was never the, because they thought he was just anti-women, but he was just anti anybody who wasn't on the, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's just us as
the
people,
most
man.
I saw of him was that the most, because I remember watching I remember watching the show where he was talking to some woman or something like that. I do remember seeing it, but I didn't watch any of his content, but somebody had said that his content was geared. He was I didn't watch much of it. I just, only thing I know from him is what people said about him.
Right, yeah, but they say that based off of the clips of him and the women, instead of, because when I first started watching Kevin Samuels, he was talking about men. Hey, young men, pull your pants up, do this. This is, these are the things that you need to do. Or you looking for, the men will call in and say, hey, I work such and such, yada yada yada. I'm trying to get this girl. He be like, you ain't finna get that girl, bro. You work at Burger King, and you know what I'm saying. You don't. So I was like, those clips don't never float around, but it's always the clips of the girl calling and him going off on the girl that floats around.
Yeah, but I guess those are the clips. Those are the clips I see, because like I said, I know who he is. I never watched any of his content, and anytime I saw it, it was because of little clicks and clips and stuff like that. So I didn't watch a lot of that stuff, because I tell people all the time, when you get on here, it always amazes me about like these gender wars and stuff like that. Is because people on the internet are saying that there's so much stuff going on, but then when you get out here in the real world, you don't see it. And my only fear is that people get so caught up that they're not going to be wanting to get out here and to socialize and stuff like that. You're never gonna. Listen. Y'all are gonna find a dud guy. I think y'all call them Pookies and Ray Rays. Y'all are gonna find a dud like that. Y'all are also gonna find some decent guys, but you have to be willing to put yourself out there, understand who you are, live authentically as yourself, and know what your non-negotiables are, and be firm with that, and learn how to separate from people who try to manipulate you, because there'll be people, because also, ladies, I think we talk too much about what we want and what we desire to the wrong people. Just because you meet some man and he starts asking you questions, you're not supposed to answer those questions. You're not supposed to answer those questions.
Sometimes keep some stuff to the vet.
Yeah, because remember I said there's dating, there's courting, there's engagement, and there's married. Those questions about your sexual preference, those questions about all those things, those are not things that you need to be talking about in your dating stage. That's not where you're supposed to talk about those things. If you're not in a good courtship with a fella or something like that, that's that stage. But y'all give these men, and men, you give these women too much information about yourself when you're dating. Everything takes steps. If you're talking to somebody and she tells you she wants to be married and you don't want to be married, y'all got to learn. You can't just sit here with this woman just because visually she pleases you and that's the type of woman that you want to be with. So you're going to continue to hound her. No, let her go, because there's a woman over here. But a lot of times the women that you need are not the women that you want.
Yeah.
The men that you need are not the men that you want.
Right.
Preach.
But then everybody say that I don't want to settle.
Huh?
Everybody say that they don't want to settle.
But
Settling.
Everyone
compromises.
Okay? This is real
That's
life.
right. That you are supposed to compromise. But I'm just saying that's what they tell people. Oh, girl, you shouldn't settle. Why are you settling? Oh man, you said, you know what I'm saying? It's like, well, dog, she made me feel good, or he made me feel good. He provided everything that I needed.
And that's where we get into the high functioning and the high emotional intelligence. Those are the people that are functioning low, and the people that don't have emotional intelligence. And I'm glad I learned that early. But at the end of the day, we're all compromising, because if I had it my way, I would have married Idris Elba, right?
Yeah, I'd still be waiting on him.
No, let's just be for real. If you had it your way, let's say you had a crush on Janet Jackson, you would have married Janet Jackson. If
I'm
Pam
still
had
chasing after
she
Janet.
would have married Denzel Washington. So because we didn't get who we wanted, we all compromised, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
and you have to learn and see, and again, because I see something that's going on at the LE. Is it L? Is that Eli or
I?
Yes. When you talk about mentorship and all of these different things, this is where it's so important for you all to see the people in your community and also like in your family, because sometimes y'all don't want to listen to women my age when we tell you, hey, that guy's no good for you, because you'll start calling me what? A hater.
Or you old.
You old.
Auntie, why you hating? Auntie a hater. Auntie a hater. Uncle you hating. You know. Yep.
When I'm saying you have talked to me about your desires to be married. Why are you with the man that's telling you that he don't want to be married? And when you look at him totality, this is a man that doesn't want to be married and he has 5 or 6 kids. You don't even get along with your siblings like that. How you think you're going to get along with baby mamas and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah.
See, the man you want is not the man you need.
It's not the man you need, right?
The woman that you want, oh, she's pretty. She's got the big breast and the big booty, and she smell good. She wears all this stuff, and she has the nails and she has the hair and stuff like that. That's the woman that you want. But that not may be the woman that you need, because that's a woman that has a higher level of maintenance than you are able to
to provide.
A lot of
I do like them when they smell good, Pam. I do like them when they smell good. Now,
ain't nothing wrong with smelling good, because I like a good smelling man too. I like a good smelling man too, and a good.
Well, we non-builder bitches. We smell good too. But the thing is, I personally smell like baby powdered scented shea butter whipped baby powder scented shea butter. And if I go out, I throw on a little Viva La Juicy to kind of
Make
Put
it
some razzle dazzle.
dazzle to it.
But the point is, I don't even know what the point is. See, what the hell, Blue?
But
the
point is that we don't
How far do you live?
We don't entertain I think we speak out both sides of our necks. Because the internet, social media is such a different creature than anything, because you have people standing firm on solid. I don't want a man who's not 6 feet and such and such and such and such and such.
Well, okay, in my defense, I need a man that's at least 6 feet.
But what I'm saying is, you have the 6 feet man, and he'll meet everything of your visual desire. But he is the whorest of the whores. And you know that that's not what you're gonna live. But meanwhile, now you're 5'4". Meanwhile, 5'10" Lewis over here has everything you need, but you're counting Lewis out because you will be considered to be settling with Lewis because he's 5'10" versus the 6 foot. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's some crazy stuff.
Their expectations are a little ridiculous. I get you on that, because I actually have. Well, now she's a former friend, but we were friends on paper since 10th grade. So say what? Almost 30 years. And she's my age now, never married, never had any kids. 5'4", always talking about, oh, he got to be at least 6 feet. He got to be this, he got to be that. But that's exactly why your eggs are powdered and you will probably never have a child. Not that there's anything wrong with that. She wants that. She wants, well, at the time, wanted children, wanted a husband. And this is why you don't have either at this juncture in your 40s, because you're over here having requirements you don't even need to have. You're only 5'4". If he's 5'8", 5'9", he's still way taller than you. So what difference does it make if he's not 6'2", 6'3", 7 feet tall? Like, are you crazy? I can see me saying that because with my heels, I'm about 5'11". I can't be, I prefer dudes to be taller than me. So I mean, it was,
and there's nothing wrong, but to be 5'4"
and want 6'3", like, are you crazy? Like, you got way more options than I have.
Yeah, you've got you missing all out on the 5'8" to the 6 feet. You're missing out on all those options. You're missing out on all those options.
Those are not even options for me. I wish I had them. At one point, I did not envy, but I wanted to be shorter at one point, because I'm like, damn, I ain't never gonna find nobody. Because everybody that looked good, that got what they got going on, is like shorter than me. Yeah. But thank God I found somebody tall enough.
But on this last comment about whatever the reason, the gap comes from a lot of times, when I talk to my girls, a lot of times is that they think that they know more than actually what they know. They think because they have the ability to Google it. Because I always tell them common sense is not common. If it was, we'd all have it. You all don't have I'm trying to teach you all how to get out here. Learn how to take care of yourself. There's nothing wrong with you want to be married, and there's nothing wrong if you want to be a traditional wife and have something, but you got to know how to take care of yourself, so then you will have the empathy for that person that's coming home and having to deal with all that other stuff that you have to deal with. Those are the things that we talk about. You've got to learn how to have that. You got to learn how to be a friend. You've got to be friendly. You've got to be able to listen to people when they tell you something. And you have to be able to assess what they're telling you in a way that you're going to digest it and understand. If you feel like I've said something that hurt your feelings, I probably did. I want you to be able to assess that I've hurt your feelings. And now I want you to process what I said. Because all in all, I'm not telling you anything bad, but I want you to process that. What is it that you, what is it? Well, it's how you're going to come up. And the reason why there's such a generational gap, because someone my age doesn't have time to be coddling you about something.
We're not going to sit there and couch words and
the words that I speak. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, Bethany, listen, baby, you know what you need to do? I'm not going to do that.
No.
You need to sit up straight. And you need to tell me what's wrong with you. You're going to sit up here and cry? Okay, I need for you to stop crying so that you can speak, because I can't understand you when you're trying to speak.
Right.
Let's sit down. Well, then go sit over there for a little bit. Maybe we not talk for a while, because I need to be able to, in order to help you, I have to understand what's going on. But until you, what?
He said height don't matter when you horizontal. Well, looky here, buddy. I'm sorry. Height do matter when you're not horizontal.
Hey, I'm gonna say this. Height does matter when you're horizontal. I'm gonna just let you know it does matter when you're horizontal. There's certain angles. There's certain angles and stuff like that. It matters.
Legs is too short.
It matters.
Calm down.
Hey, I'm gonna get hot right back on as soon as I get home. I'm almost home. I gotta make one stop and then I'll be home.
Like an hour. Like, would you go to Connecticut?
Nah. I had to make a stop for my son, and now I gotta make a stop for me, and then I'll be at home.
All right, now you good. We might not be here, but let's
it's almost past. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's wrap it up.
Yeah,
okay, let's wrap.
Try to do this every Sunday earlier, so we won't know.
Right. Yeah. I shouldn't be shooting no more. I should be done. So.
Yeah, because this was 4 hours. I think we done. But this was good. I always end my YouTubes with this was good.
Yeah. I was listening to y'all when I was going a little small little breaks. I hop in and listen. So no, it was good. And y'all should do. I know you had wanted Tina on. She dreads me. Do you want?
I mean, she can come. Yeah, I just was telling y'all to add. I told you to add Mika from Blur. Mika. Yeah. So yeah, if you can get her, that would be cool. Then yeah, just let me know. I'll probably be up in Pennsylvania next Sunday, but definitely I want to try to shoot to do this every Sunday if we can.
Okay.
But yeah, see if Mika is available, and if you can't, add her to that X chat, or we can just create a text chat.
She don't got Twitter.
All right, so then y'all both got my number, so let's just create a text chat because I see my text before I see anything else. I don't even be on Twitter much. Yeah, so let's just I'll create a text chat and then we'll coordinate. But thank you guys for coming. Thank you so much. This was 4 hours, but it was our first episode. So forgive us for that, but we want to try to keep it down to half that time next time. And please feel free to DM us on our respective social media with any possible topics you want to discuss, or even put the topics in the chat or in the comment section, and we'll try to pick a topic for the next time. And thank you guys. Don't forget to like, share, comment, watch on the replay. And we appreciate you guys. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Pam. Thank you all 101 of you who came. And you guys have a good night. Good night.
Good night. Bye.